Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into second part of What if the neglected Harry Potter heir awakened godlike magic? Here's a short glimpse of the story. Forgotten and cast aside while his brother is celebrated as the boy who lived, Harry Potter vanishes from the wizarding world. But in the shadows, he awakens a godlike magic long lost to time, and when he returns, nothing will remain the same. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Barely 3 hours later, Harry and the other champions were treated to a show. One that was giving Harry a headache as he tried to keep up with 3 sets of parents, plus the eldest brother Redhead, and the fury they were directing at the head teacher that they held responsible for their child being endangered. Between him and Fleur, who kept glancing at Harry and making a face of concern at the contempt he was directing at his own headmaster. Bill Weasley had done a remarkable job of hiding the covert glances he directed at the villa at the beginning of the meeting. He had stopped upon a silent snarl from Harry, and focused on the task at hand. Bill was not the type of person to go after another man's girl. Karkaroff was in one corner, barely suppressing a smirk as none of the anger was directed at him. Nobody under his jurisdiction had been put under the lake, after all. In comparison, Albus was lucky that the Grangers had not been contacted by the unknown sources that called the Greengrasses and the Delacours, who had left upon dropping Gabrielle off and gaining countless reassurances from the daughter and soon-to-be son-in-law that they would keep her safe. Currently, Harry was glad that he had succeeded in this promise. Not only would it have caused a relapse in his mental state far greater than the ones he had undergone recently, Apolline Delacour, apparently, could be King Scary. Even next to Molly Weasley, who was screaming her head off at Dumbledore, something that was uncharacteristic in Harry's eyes given that the Weasleys were adamant supporters of the old man. But these were extenuating circumstances, and Andrew Greengrass who loomed silently behind the red-headed woman with a glare that could give hell a nice, winter wonderland look. Apolline was the angriest, followed closely by her husband. Then again, Harry completely understood their anger. He even empathized with it, which was something of a rarity with him when in ordinary circumstances, as their youngest daughter, with earplugs in her ears, leant tiredly against Harry's side. There was no doubt in his mind that her interest in him had grown exponentially after the events of the Black Lake. He worried about Gabrielle for a moment, and the stress that she had been put under, and this led to his anger coming back, and him glaring at Dumbledore again. The headmaster had not once given Harry a patented look of disappointment, which confused the teen slightly, but that did nothing to remove the desire Harry held to pin him to the neck by his throat and begin punching the old bastard again and again in his crooked nose until his knuckles either broke, or met the stone wall behind his head after making their way through the half-dust bones between. Well, that would not be possible with Gabrielle on his right, between he and her older sister, and Astoria on the left holding Harry's hand tightly with her own slightly subdued look of fury. The Hogwarts champion's frown let up, as he decided that it would not do to act rashly, and that he would have to take a more human, or failing that serpentine, approach. Hunters had to be patient, and Harry was nothing if not a hunter. And, so, he ran a hand over the sleek own hair of his future sister-in-law, and that thought was one to almost bring back his frown, and the small girl smiled brilliantly, if sleepily, up at him before wrapping thin arms around his waist. That brought a small grin from Harry, and he saw that the same could be true of Fleur, who had been watching the brief exchange. Green eyes met blue for a moment, before a shriek from the Weasley monarch dragged their attention over to Molly. Once again, Fleur resigned herself to wait for the opportune moment to thank Harry. And another thing, she yelled, furious at the notion of losing her precious daughter. Said daughter tried to sink into the shadows behind her eldest brother, as she just about stared at Harry. The hero worship that Harry sensed was coming would be far less endearing than Gabrielle's. Apparently, Ginny felt some embarrassment over the remarkable volume her mother had been consistently reaching for Merlin knows how long. How can you expect parents to be trusting of you when you refuse to even contact them when you put their children in mortal peril? A good point, but one she had made already. They had been berating the teachers for a long while now, with the obvious objections to their children's lives being risked, the lack of consultation, and, on a lesser note, the stress that the champions had been put under by the threat of not saving someone they cared so deeply about. Though Molly Weasley had only mentioned that for the sake of continuing to yell, Harry believed. He felt sorry for the Weasley twins, who had no doubt been on the receiving end of this any number of times. While the French lady was terrifying, the affect only intensified by the fact that her hands, clenched into fists, were giving off smoke. Apolline Delacour was not as loud as Molly Weasley, and so Harry could not quite tell what she was saying to inspire visible fear in the half-giant that she was berating. All he knew was that Fleur did not seem all that surprised, and that it must have been substantial, as Maxine did not give the impression of being anything near a pushover. Her husband was quiet, as his wife spoke. If Harry could judge the expression properly, and he believed that he could, after some examination, he would say that the man was torn on what should be the prominent emotion he was feeling. Anger was the most obvious, and he seemed to be keeping it in check to bring up in a more satisfying setting later that day, perhaps to get the tournament banned in the future, or to get the ministry officials in charge of the tournament fired, and so it warred with other emotions for ruling rights of the man at the moment. Relief that his daughters were fine was an example of another emotion. And, maybe, another was self-hate for leaving Gabrielle here in the first place to become a hostage. Harry only briefly wondered why the Greengrasses had not been as livid as the other parents, though they were still angry enough that Harry's respect for Dumbledore climbed a notch. After the 20 it fell earlier in the day, at the fact that he did not cower from the murderous intent in Andrew's eyes. Andrew Greengrass had never been a particularly violent man, he had kept out of the last war, but Harry knew the very tall, short-haired owned man well enough to say with absolute certainty that he would kill for the sake of his family. Astoria was, if anything, the one that he was most concerned for, likely followed by Daphne, his wife, the other girls, and then Harry, as he did hold blood in some small regard due to his upbringing, meaning that blood relations were important, and because Harry had shown time and again that he did not need concern. Adelaide, too, was directing a look of anger at the old man, but Harry knew her to be the kindest soul he'd ever encountered, deep down. He doubted that she would kill Dumbledore, no matter how angry she was, even if he did not really understand that policy. In her state of anger, who could blame her if she cut his head off? Or made it explode? Or gave him an aneurysm? Or cut him in half? Or enchanted the old man's desk into a rabid dog and set it on him? Or electrocuted him? Or, more mercifully, tore the beard off his face? Then, finally, I will burn you to a crisp. You will be filed as missing, and people will hear rumors that you ran off to be with your kind. Nobody will ever suspect your fate. There was a rare quiet moment from Mrs. Weasley, and Harry heard this, hissed in French, by Fleur's mother. Harry's eyes widened, and he assumed that she had been warning the woman what would happen if she put Gabrielle in danger again. That sounded scarily feasible, with her husband's sway in the ministry, and the prejudice towards half-giants. This continued on for a while, before Harry and the others were dismissed during a lull in the collective conversations. He had a feeling that Dumbledore had only meant the students, but the adults left with their children, refusing to leave their sides just yet. Harry would have smirked at the fact, if he had not been left behind, with Gabrielle somehow asleep stood, leaning against him. Her soft breathing that bordered on snores was cute, but not worth the awkward situation of standing with three people he had, indirectly in two cases, yelled at. Sorry, I'll wake her up." Unable to think of a better thing to say, Harry softly shook Gabrielle awake, whose grip fell away as she looked blearily up at him. Harry smiled apologetically and scooped her up into a bridal carry. The girl, tiny as she was in Harry's arms, snuggled into his chest and fell asleep again. He guessed that she must have been wiped out by the challenge, and the stress, and so simply smiled at the action. Harry, carefully, darted out of the room before Dumbledore could strike up a conversation and quickly left him to talk with his fellow head teachers. "What will you do with Mr. Potter, Dumbledore?" Maxine asked, once the black-haired lad had left the headmaster's office. She was understandably fond of the teen, after he saved so many of her students, and felt some concern after his outburst. Maxine wholly agreed with what he had said, and she and Albus had both campaigned not to have people as what must be saved. They had been overruled, though, and so the task had not been changed. "I assume that you mean after his reaction at the end of the task today," Dumbledore inferred. "I will have to speak to Minerva on the subject." If she wishes to punish him, I will be inclined to agree, but I believe that she will be as close to lenient as she ever comes. Mr. Potter is one of her favorite students, because of his talent in her subject and the fact that, as hard as it may be to believe, he typically causes no trouble whatsoever. Really? Igor's gruff tone showed his skepticism. He seems to disregard the rules. Yes, he does. Minerva was, however, expecting much worse from him, and Harry rarely acts out without good cause. He hardly ever does mischief for the sake of mischief. You speak as though you are fond of him, as well. Igor noticed. This afternoon you seem to hate him. I do not hate anybody, Igor. You should know that about me by now, but I understand why you would believe that about me. Believe it or not, today's events have helped reshape my opinion on the character of the elder Mr. Potter. He has had a tough life, but he can be saved from the path he is walking. Z path, he's walking. Maxine repeated. What do you mean by Z's? You know of the events of your school, madam, we discussed them in this very office. I worry what that shows of Mr. Potter's character, despite what I said at the time. The fact that he showed so little remorse for their deaths is disturbing. I expected him to show some measure of trauma after the events. No matter what his formative years were, no child should care so little about having blood on his hands. He did not think what his words would inspire in the woman, and so gave the slightest flinch at the sudden change in her expression. He would soon learn that it was best to avoid angering a half-giant at all costs, and be more cautious of what he said, regarding her favorite Englishman, in the future. Ari, Apolline began, as Harry joined them with Gabrielle slumbering in his arms. I did not get the chance to say these earlier, but thank you. I do not know how to express my gratitude to you for risking your life for Gabrielle. She said, with utmost sincerity, and Harry's expression became one of discomfort. He quickly changed it to a smile, as the others focused their attention on him. Apolline had been the first to spot him. There's no need to thank me, Harry replied. It was true, he did not particularly like being thanked, in fact, for things like this, that he would call significant. It made him feel uncomfortable, and unsure how to respond. I didn't like the idea of leaving them down there, especially since Gabrielle's always been so sweet. He continued. We cannot ever thank you enough, though, Monsieur Potter. Sebastian corrected, also with sincerity. That was a relief to Harry, as he had never gotten the impression that the man was particularly fond of him. While he would not care in ordinary circumstances, it was seeming extremely likely that they would spend inordinate amounts of time together, and Harry would be extremely uncomfortable being around a man that was hostile for any period of time outside of school. I am sure that they had safety measures in place, but anything could have gone wrong. If we had lost, He did not need to finish his sentence, as his wife took the man's hand. Apparently, Harry noted, they were willing to leave their youngest in his arms. In that case, Harry's smile was truer now. You're welcome, he said simply. Harry, another voice, one he did not really recognize, began. Harry turned to see the balding, red-headed patriarch of the Weasley clan speaking to him. Based on the gratitude in his eyes, Harry was fairly certain it was a very good thing he did not know the boy in front of him had also rescued Ginny years prior in the Chamber of Secrets incident. As nice as the Weasleys seemed to be overall, Harry found them irritating. They were far too exuberant for his tastes and, more importantly, had bred a couple of idiots that he'd sooner attack than talk to. Percy and Ron being the prominent examples. Plus, the red-haired girl's looks were already getting on his nerves. We want to thank you as well. I can't express my gratitude through words, but Ginny, if we had lost her again, if you ever need anything, Arthur Weasley stumbled over his words in his haste. I'll bear that in mind, Harry smiled. It was not particularly sincere, but it was hopefully believable. While the offer was very kind, especially as the Weasleys had only so much they could offer, Harry did not think that they would have anything he needed. Nor would he feel right taking it. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Arthur, please. Mr. Weasley insisted. Harry nodded, though he did not think they would have another conversation, and the man grinned at him. Harry held Gabrielle closer to him, silently thanking whatever deity was watching over him, with gratitude in his heart as the Weasley matriarch looked like she wanted to hug him, but stopped herself with a look at the bundle in his arms. She repeated her husband's sentiments, before herding her daughter towards the hospital wing. Harry's fake smile turned real as Andrew clapped him on the shoulder. That was as close as the two came to hugging, and Harry was glad that the man approved of his actions. Adelaide came to his other side, and awkwardly wrapped an arm around the teen, who was taller than her by quite a bit, in an imitation of a hug. Harry smiled at her, and his thoughts idly wandered, as they sometimes did, to wondering why both of their daughters had received her violet eyes, and Andrew's own hair, but neither had the man's blue eyes or her ebony locks. It was unimportant, but her eyes reminded him of her daughters, and that made Harry happy. Neither of his parents made a sound, as they silently informed him that he was right in the decision. Harry had known that what he had done was right in his own opinion, but had not been certain whether they would be okay with him technically assaulting an authority figure. It was a relief that they were. When Harry turned his attention back to the Delacours, it was with confusion that he noticed that Fleur and her mother were staring, silently, at each other. As though they were having a muggle staring contest, and Harry did not see the point of the game. Perhaps it was popular in the French wizarding community, though. Harry had no idea, and so he did not think all that much of it when Apolline blinked and sighed, signaling that she had lost. It was a bit of a surprise, though, when she proceeded to pry Gabrielle, very much unwillingly, off of her savior. The girls' complaints disappeared as they went towards the entrance hall, but Sebastian's confused questions as to why they were leaving Fleur lingered slightly longer. Then, Fleur and Adelaide were having a staring contest. This confused Harry more, as he had never known his foster mother to care for the game, and when the woman took hold of Andrew's arm, and Astoria's hand, and practically dragged her family away with the beginnings of a frown, Harry's confusion rose. He turned to Fleur with an eyebrow raised and voiced his concerns. "Where are they going?" he, quite simply, asked. Usually, they would have informed Harry where they would meet up again. "I asked them to give us a moment," Fleur replied, in French, with a blank mask that in no way helped Harry deduce what was going on. "I did not hear you ask them to go," he commented, in response. "I hinted that I would like them to leave, then." The girl smiled slightly, before it fell away and left the lack of expression. Women's intuition. "Okay," Harry shrugged, not overly concerned. "What's up?" he asked, with no more preamble. "I wanted to say thank you, for rescuing my sister when I was not able." "There's really no nay." "I know," Fleur nodded, and her silver own hair swayed slightly. "But I wanted to say it, nonetheless." She stepped forwards, and Harry noticed that she was carefully regulating her breathing. Needless to say, he was still baffled. When she stepped closer than people were typically comfortable being around Harry, he began to suspect that she was going to key him. It made sense, if he was right about his own aesthetic appeal, as they were, he supposed, romantically linked through the contract. He supposed that he liked the idea, though it was still a foreign concept to him. It did not make much sense, to press one's lips against another in a sign of affection, to Harry, after all. He seemed to be correct, as the girl, shorter than him at about 5 feet 10, took his chin in her hand, seemed to blush, and stood on her tiptoes. Then, she keyed him on the cheek, and Harry blinked as the girl fled in the direction of the others. He rubbed his jaw and cheek, absent-mindedly as she did, and pondered the French that she was hissing as she fled. Why was she calling herself a coward? She had gone into the lake despite her Vila nature, after all, so it did not make sense in context of the challenge. Did that mean that she was cowardly for dotting him on the cheek? Why would an expression of thanks be cowardly? Harry was confused. Had they always been afraid of him? In a way, the Hogwarts champion hoped they had. He didn't find any particular pleasure from the notion of the other houses fearing him. Okay, it may have stoked his ego slightly, but Harry didn't care that much about his ego anyway, so the pleasure was insignificant and, as a second-year Hufflepuff saw him, panicked, and fled, Harry's brow sank into a small frown because he felt bad for scaring the little girl. Then, it went away when he realized that all he had done to scare her was be in the vicinity. It was not his fault. No, the reason that he hoped they had was simply because they should have feared him throughout his school career. Not Harry the boy, but the animal that they really ought to be sense just by looking at him, or, if they did not have that insight into the human soul, by the way he stalked through the corridors sometimes when he was not focused on appearing as though he was one of them, that Harry was different. The animal that was him, while docile most of the time, was dangerous. Harry was dangerous, as could be evidenced by the good few Slytherins he had sent to the hospital wing in his earlier years, yet the Slytherins never told that it was he that hurt them, either because of house loyalty or their pride was wounded by the younger student thrashing them. In another, more prominent way, though, he hoped that the fear would fade back into a subconscious wariness of the beast dressed as a man. This was annoying. People squealed, and Harry scowled, and then more people squealed, and Harry growled. Then, either a younger student began to cry, and Harry felt bad, or they fled, which Harry would be grateful for, or, in the cases of some idiots, they said something obnoxious, and Harry snarled at them. Then, someone in the vicinity would start to cry, and Harry would sigh before leaving the area to allow them to be comforted. How had he suddenly become so much more intimidating, just by yelling at the headmaster? Sure, they had seen a side of Harry that was usually kept private, and the aloofness of him was, weirdly, what made people see him as cool, but there had been no significant change between the morning of the fourth task and now. Harry was sure that there were other reactions, but his attention was drawn to the fearful. It didn't help that he could literally smell fear, and that the scent was something his attention was drawn to. His looking at them would increase the potency, and it would be a few moments before Harry dismissed it as insignificant. One of his brother's roommates, Longbottom, would freeze and lose all of the color from his face upon Harry's eyes meeting his. It would have been funny, were it not so concerning and, more importantly, king annoying. Thankfully, his friends had not changed their attitude towards him, and the Slytherins had always had a wariness about them when it came to Harry. That meant the common room was safe, and Harry was glad of that haven even though he had no choice but to venture out for lessons and mealtimes. Interestingly, the other schools seemed to have a far more subdued reaction to Harry's outburst. Perhaps they were not so herd-like as the Hogwarts masses. And a small, own third year from Ravenclaw had inexplicably started following him around. He would need to talk to Caroline or Jasmine about this. Maybe they could get the Lovegood girl to stop shadowing him, and looking like he'd kicked her puppy whenever he went into the Slytherin common room. "Hello, Ms. Lovegood." Harry nodded to the girl, as he stepped out of the Slytherin common rooms. "How are you today?" The girl gave him a dreamy smile, and looked at something over his shoulder. "Hello, Harry." Luna reached up and rubbed the back of his neck, in much the same way that someone might stroke a cat. It was odd, but inspired a small smile in Harry. She was strange, but had never been anything but pleasant in the conversations they had had in the past weeks. They had had quite a few, as well, because the girl was in his company so often. Not that Harry understood why she was around so often. "I'm very good." She didn't ask him in return, not feeling the need to make small talk. "You are up early today," she commented. "It is a weekday," Harry pointed out. "I have classes," something that you clearly knew, since you're waiting outside of the common room. "Yes, I suppose I did." Her large, silver-gray eyes flicked onto his, and the girl frowned ever so slightly. "Your fan club has grown." "My fan club?" Harry's own frown was deeper than the girl's, and full of confusion. "They have decided that they like you having a dark side," she nodded sagely. "People in my house are less earful of you now. Ginny Weasley likes talking about you." Harry had no idea if they were two separate statements, or if Luna meant them to be connected. Harry grunted at the statement. "Why are they less fearful of me?" he wondered, ignoring the second part of the statement. "Because you are a good kitty." She grinned at him, her silver blue eyes shining in their sincerity, and reached up to pat him on the head. The grin turned to a pout when she found that it was difficult at Harry's height, and the older teen bowed his head, complying with her unspoken wishes. It was easy enough to do, and he did not like the idea of upsetting the fragile girl. "You haven't roared at anyone since the old one." That was easy enough to translate, unlike some of her statements. Harry presumed that meant their fear had faded since he yelled at Dumbledore. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about that, but at least that was one source of annoyance that wouldn't bother him anymore. "And are my fan club planning anything?" "They have hired me to be their spy." Luna nodded. "Oh, they've promised that the Nargles will stop moving my things if I tell them about your schedule." "The Nargles?" Harry repeated, with a frown. "How often do they move your things?" "A few times a week." Luna shrugged. "They're mischievous. It is in their nature." She justified, at the scowl that formed on Harry's face. The black-haired teen made a note to talk to Jasmine and Caroline about this when he got to the Great Hall. If I stop the Nargles, will you agree not to tell them anything? Luna nodded instantly, and gained another dreamy smile as she looked at Harry. It was roughly 10 minutes later when he was talking to the two, with Luna sat next to him, humming softly, and the two sat across from them. Does Luna get bullied? Harry asked, without preamble. She did not seem to notice him talking about her, and if she did took no offense. The two girls frowned in unison. Yeah, she does, Jasmine nodded somberly. But I've never heard who does it. Luna believes that they're what's the word? Narfles. She frowned in thought, but couldn't think of the word. But, anyway, she thinks that it's some kind of creature that takes her stuff, and doesn't tell anyone who might be responsible. But, if it helps, that's slowed quite a bit since she's been taken under your wing. She smiled at Harry, who blinked at the expression. Be happy about it. She's getting far more protection from following you around than she was ever given by the teachers. Surely that would offset anything negative about the situation. She did not want to explicitly say that Luna would be annoying Harry with her shadowing of the teen. It's not that bad. Luna's kind. Harry didn't know exactly what to call her. Like another little sister. And yes, Harry effectively had 3 now. Astoria, Luna and Gabrielle were all girls that he would kill for in a second. He was as protective of them as a wolf would be of the younger members of its pack. But you don't know who's bullying her, huh? He asked this of Caroline, now, as she had not outright answered. No, sorry. Her expression was somewhere between a wince and a grimace. And it's not like we can find out now that it's stopping. Whenever I ask her, or anyone else, they just answer that Nargles steal her stuff, although the others usually say it mockingly. Oh, Harry was unhappy that he didn't know who was doing it, and therefore could not give them a piece of his mind. Then, a thought occurred to him that, while unpleasant, would probably provide a solution to the problem. Luna mentioned that Maya, fan club, bribed her by telling her that they'd stop the Nargles from bullying her. That sounds like they'll know who's responsible. He justified his next question. Do you know who I don't know, runs it? Jasmine shook her head, but Caroline nodded slowly. Jennifer Linnae, I've heard. I thought you'd be more bothered by the fact that you have a fan club. She remarked. Aren't you normally annoyed by the attention? Caroline smirked at Harry as she said this, and the boy did not return it, weirded out by the fact. Oh, I think it's creepy as hell, but I'm the Hogwarts champion, so I guess it makes some sense. His shoulders rose in a shrug, and Caroline continued. Yeah, right. She decided it was best not to mention that it started up before the Triwizard tournament. That's her over there, though. She pointed at a ginger girl on the Hufflepuff table, and asked Harry. Do you want me to come with you? Please. Harry nodded, not liking the idea of talking to a girl that, apparently, held some sort of obsession with him. Caroline and Jasmine rose, followed by Harry and, after she saw that her new friend had stood, Luna. The black-haired lad made sure to tell Jennifer Linnae that she and her fellows should, also, refrain from bullying Luna, as they had previously implied. In retrospect, he could have just mentioned that it would worsen his opinion of them, and they'd likely have stopped. Dash opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. Harry arrived late to lunch that day, because of the delay his confrontation with the 5th-year Ravenclaw boy that was the most active bully. The Ravenclaw had been left stuck to the ceiling by the runic equivalent of a sticking charm that, eventually, would fade away. Unfortunately for the boy, it would be a good few hours before that happened, and he had it written across his face that Luna Lovegood was to be left alone. The impact of this message was vastly increased by the fact that his legs would be stuck together for the next 3 days, and the teen would be forced to get around in an imitation of a bunny hop, and by the fact that his voice had been turned to a soprano tone. Nothing painful, as Harry understood that they had never physically hurt the girl that was under his protection, but very much inconvenient. If the boy had any sense, he would not tattle, and even if he did, Harry doubted that his punishment would be significant compared to the detentions he had to serve with their miserable git of a caretaker for the next dozen Tuesdays after his outburst at the task. Harry walked into the Great Hall, and made his way over to the Slytherin table, where he sat across from Daphne and Tracy. While today had been one of those that he did not see them much, His four friends had been making a clear effort to repair any part of their relationships that may have suffered from their avoiding him somewhat in recent times. Harry did not think that he'd done anything to damage their friendships, after all. "Hi," Tracy said softly, as he sat on the bench. The girl smiled kindly at Harry, and the teen felt his own expression mirror hers. "Is everything okay?" "Yep. Why do you ask?" Harry returned, arching an eyebrow. "You're rarely late to lunch," the girl shrugged, and tried to justify the concern. "I was worried something was wrong." "Thanks for the concern, then. I had a matter to take care of," he replied, with a small grin that hinted Harry found the matter amusing. "How are you today?" "Good, good." She nodded her head, and glanced at the area around them. "Where's your shadow?" "No idea." Harry shrugged. Later, he would learn that Luna forgot that it was lunchtime, and discussed with Hagrid the authenticity of her mythological animals instead. The friendly gamekeeper was one of the ones that was nearly as excited by the prospect as Luna, even if he doubted a good number of the creatures. "Daphne, you okay?" Harry posed the same question. The girl simply nodded at Harry in response, letting him know that she was fine. The reason she had not wanted to talk, and for the slight frown, soon became clear to Harry. Several spaces to the B.O.'s right, Harry spotted Draco Malfoy ranting and raving to Astoria, who looked extremely irritated as she tried to finish her meal as quickly as possible. Harry scowled, also, at the fact. Daphne would not be angry about this without reason. "What's wrong?" Harry asked, in a low tone. "Father spoke to me when he visited," Daphne explained. "For reasons unknown, Lucius Malfoy has decided to re-enter negotiations for one of our hands in marriage. Draco knows that I would send him to the hospital wing before conversing civilly, but knows that father will never marry one of us to him without our consent. He is trying to butter Astoria up. He's not doing a very good job," Harry remarked, at the contempt in Astoria's eyes. From what he knew of courting, that hatred told him that Malfoy's chances of success were slim. "Clearly," Daphne said, "but I'm making sure that he doesn't grow frustrated, and make a threat. That might be why Thing 1 and Thing 2 are lingering in the background." Crabbe and Goyle were sat only a few places away, cramming food into their mouths. Harry's irritation grew to become anger. He had always been protective of the youngest Greengrass, but it seemed to have risen since he pulled her from the lake. Harry guessed that it must be because he had seen that she could be put in danger. He had never before seen her in a state of vulnerability, after all. Draco Malfoy was not what he would have thought of as a danger, but he was unwilling to risk it. The simple solution would be to have a word with him after the meal, and remind him just why Harry was feared in Slytherin, and so he kept an eye on the Malfoy scion throughout the meal as he turned back to Tracy and began to trade meaningless conversation. "How are you doing in Transfiguration at the moment, Trace?" he asked. She was good in school, but struggled in the lesson under McGonagall. Harry resisted the temptation to smile as she turned a look of annoyance on him at the question. The champion of Hogwarts, it was well known, was a prodigy in the subject. He did not know exactly what the reason was, but it might have had to do with discovering his animagus forms as a child. The other techniques were pretty damn easy in comparison, and Harry greatly enjoyed learning the practical aspects of the subject. At the same time, Harry had a good memory, if not perfect, and had never understood the stress people felt in exams. "HMPH. She scowled. "It could be better. Sorry, I haven't been much help lately, have I? How about I partner with you in the double?" They had McGonagall twice after lunch, and Harry should be able to diagnose something that she would be doing wrong. "Thanks," she gave a half-hearted smile. "I don't like asking McGonagall for help," she confirmed. "You never really got over your fear of her, did you?" Now, Harry was too amused to hide the smile, and her rolling some bread into a ball before flicking it at him did not help any. Dash opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. At the same time as Harry fell back into conversation with Daphne and Tracy with a grin on his face, Fleur Delacour was sat in the Beauxbatons cabin eating with a few of her classmates. She did not feel like eating with the Hogwarts lot, and there were small, private tables in their accommodation that allowed her to be alone with her thoughts. Her thoughts, as they so often were these days, were running over the mystery that was Harry Potter. Her fiancé. Thinking that, before the fourth task, had irritated the Delacour heiress greatly, but now not so much. She was warming to him, she supposed. Well, warming to him may be an understatement, based on the dreams she had been having lately, but her affections for the English teen were certainly growing. Even to the point that she would, often, redden upon meeting the emerald eyes of her sister's savior. The thought of that brought a smile to Fleur's face, as she remembered the sight of Harry and Gabrielle. Her sister, cuddling into Harry's chest, had shown an affectionate side of the Potter heir that she had not seen much of in the past. One that she did not believe that many, if any, people had seen. The beautiful 17-year-old firmly believed that Harry would risk his life for the diminutive girl any number of times, as many as it would take to assure Gabby's safety. Gabby, on the other hand, had a serious crush on her future brother-in-law. It was adorable. Far cuter than the irritating red-haired girl that Harry had saved affections for him, which was simply annoying. If Fleur had not been representing her school, Ginny Weasley would have learned of her mistake by this point in time. The Weasleys' Fleur was starting to hate that family. Ginny was an irritating little girl that believed herself entitled to everything and anything, including Harry, and Fleur was greatly annoyed by it. Her older brother, Ronald, was a pig. He smeared food over his face during meals, and made Fleur ill enough that she now sat with her back to the Gryffindor table, or did not eat in the Great Hall at all. While their older, twin brothers were less hate-able, they had caught her in one of their pranks, some kind of swamp in the middle of a hallway, and so Fleur was not exactly fond with them, either. The Weasley that had been in the Great Hall at the ball had been boring enough to almost put her to sleep, and the woman Weasley from the day of the fourth task had been loud. Fleur knew that some people, particularly those students of Hogwarts, were afraid of, or had been afraid of, Harry now. That they somehow got the impression that he was evil, just because he had yelled at their head teacher who was revered in England. Nobody was bothered by Bagman being thrown into the lake, and Fleur was angry at them for that. She was angry at Caroline and the others for seemingly being fine with the fear. Daphne had said that Harry was fine with it, and that he would be unhappy if they got into trouble for his sake, but that was no excuse. It seemed, to her, that they did not care about Harry at all. Most of all, though, she was angry at herself for the cowardice that she had shown with Harry. It would have been so easy to key him, but her nerves had failed her, and she had pecked him on the cheek instead and lost her pride as she fled the scene. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. Later that night, Fleur's belief that Harry's friends did not care about him was proven false, as Harry had retired to his dorm room, and Daphne and Tracy were making their way back towards the Slytherin common room as curfew approached. They had been studying in the library as a fivesome, but Harry had been forcefully removed, after some imagined slight, by Madame Prince. Apparently, in his earlier years, Harry had scrawled a series of runes in the margin of a book and she had seen. It did not matter that the book had been his, Madame Prince had held a grudge ever since. The two were walking down a corridor, heading to the staircase and with it the Slytherin common room, when they heard the four Ravenclaw boys, three of whom were in 7th year, badmouthing their, by far, best male friend. Crazy bastard should be removed. One of them, Kevin, complained. This boy happened to be who Harry had left stuck to the ceiling for several hours today, and he was terrified by the memory of what Harry had said as he was doing it. Potter just casually remarked that, if you even think about taking revenge on her, I'll disfigure you. Sounded like he was just talking about the weather. What kind of freak uses disfigure as a threat? Another, Xavier, asked, his voice telling that the threat unnerved him. It's like he'd assigned a punishment or something. It was more like he wouldn't think twice about doing it. Kevin denied. You've heard the rumors about him. Ooh, I heard that he killed his first person when he was 7. What Dumbledore was thinking letting a murderer into the school, I'll never know. One that had not spoken yet, Donald, agreed, with disgust in his tone. It was only a matter of time, till the snake snapped. And all over some whack job whore. The other boys laughed at the final clause label for Luna Lovegood. I bet he's only defending her 'cause she's spreading her legs for him. The boys snickered again, wholly unaware of the fact that the eavesdropping girls, who had previously ignored the comments for the time being in favor of the more Slytherin approach of finding out who the conversationalists were and getting revenge later, were now pissed. Benjamin, the one that had spoken, would regret his words. Oh, and here are 2 more of his sluts, Benjamin noticed. Come to spread your legs for us, too. He did not notice the wands in each girl's grip. I'm fine with Potter's sloppy seconds when they look like that. He licked his lips at the notion. Kevin, who had only been discussing this due to his outrage at Harry Potter's revenge, hissed. Shit. I'm sorry. We didn't mean any of it, I swear. What's got your beep in a bunch? Benjamin chuckled. You that afraid of girls that you'd pass up on this? He shook his head. Even a faggot like you should see how fit they are. He looked at the other two, and found that they, too, were afraid. What the F.'s wrong with you lot? He asked. Firstly, Xavier began, they've got their wands out while we don't, and they're pretty damn talented. He'd seen both in action in the dueling contest. Tracy had been knocked out in the 5th round, but Daphne was in the semi-finals, and favorite of the girls to win. Secondly, and more importantly, I think, we'll all agree, Potter's willing to disfigure Kev for playing some pranks on Lo Luna. He caught himself, worried that they might not take kindly to his insulting the girl, despite their limited interactions with her. Imagine what he'll do to us if they tell him that we've been badmouthing him. Never mind that. Kevin shook his head. It sounded like Ben was gonna do stuff to them. He'll King slaughter us. Peef. Potter's all bark and no bite. I ain't afraid of him. Benjamin sneered. You should be. Daphne Greengrass hissed, with her wand pointed at the disgusting 7th year's crotch. But I'm the one that you should be worried about right now. The wand tip lit up in a violet glow. One that Benjamin dismissed. Oh, please. What are you gonna do? Tell your daddy on me. Piss off, princess. He chuckled. You're in for it now. Tracy Davis smirked, as Daphne snarled at them. Harry'll kill you, but Daphne'll make it slow. Admittedly, the Greengrass heiress had never killed an animal, let alone a person, but Daphne had a sadistic streak that Harry lacked. It was more a flaw of some humans than the violent animal tendencies Harry displayed. Korugo. Daphne hissed, and the violet jet of light struck Benjamin in the genitals. The boy stumbled back, and clutched his balls, before blinking and raising an eyebrow. Told ya, he commented to his friends. Pathetic by.ch can't even fire a spell that works. The point of torture, Daphne said, with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Is that it's slow. What's that supposed to? He trailed off, with a look of discomfort. What the F.K. He wondered, as he pulled the crotch of his trousers away from his balls. Shit, what in Merlin's name is that? Do you want to know what Korugo roughly translates to in English? Daphne asked, rhetorically. It means shrivel. She smirked at the boy, as a look of horror came over his face. I'm afraid that that's going to hurt for a while. Wait a minute, Xavier pleaded, as she turned to them with a sadistic look in her eye. We didn't say anything. It's please don't. He begged her not to cast that same spell. They were Ravenclaws, it wasn't all that hard to figure out what it would do to Benjamin's parts. Your testicles will survive, Daphne assured them, but the look was still there. But since you were discussing my Harry so nastily, would you like to see a gift I had him give me? They did not answer, as Benjamin's shrieks of pain began and, just as quickly, vanished thanks to a silencio courtesy of Tracy. She was not the type to do what Daphne was about to, but was not going to stop the actions. She might leave, if the girl got too into it, but she would not stop it. Daphne was doing this on Harry's behalf. As Tracy saw her best friend reach into the hem of her robe's neckline, she had a feeling that leaving would be a good idea. She didn't have the stomach for the wailing that would come. You see this? Daphne asked, removing a golden locket from around her neck and holding it, fondly, out for the Ravenclaws to lay eyes on. She flicked it open, and they saw a picture of Harry on one side, and Daphne on the other. I have a picture with all of us in a frame, but I prefer only having me and Harry in this one. She smiled a happy smile. You see, he gave it to me a few years ago. He gave all of us some jewelry after someone told him that girls liked jewelry, but knew that I wouldn't want to wear something as dressy as the others. More every day, I suppose. Honestly, I'm sure Harry thought I'd put a picture of a 6 in one side, and a picture of my parents on the other, but I only had to tell him it was private to get him to relent with trying to see what pictures I chose. He's thoughtful that way. But what am I saying? I'm sure you have no interest in the pictures, she said, to the boys that had been inching their hands towards the pockets containing their wands. No, the reason I show you these is both to let you know why I'm going to do this, I can't let you insult Harry, and because of the addition that I had Harry add. Can you guess what that might be? She asked, and received no answer. I convinced him that I'd benefit from having ways to defend myself. He later added similar things to the others' belongings, and he was horrified by the idea that I might get attacked and be unable to use magic to defend myself. It was sweet. He followed me around for a week after that, worried that I'd had some sort of vision, and he was all too willing to help me avoid any form of anguish, whether physical or emotional. You see, he drew some runes under where I would put the picture, so that I could easily get at them, and a few on the outside that meant that there's be a force similar to a concussive grenade in the Muggle world for everyone in the vicinity that wasn't named Daphne Greengrass. On the off chance that someone with my name was there, or that they somehow managed to recover quicker than I could open the locket, Harry would be alerted, and trust me when I say he'd be there faster than you could say, oh shit, he's going to tear me limb from limb. But back to the inside, those particular runes were ones I requested. You see, there are two, one under my face, the other under Harry's. The one under Harry's is, I believe, simply the translation of pain. It's milder than the cruciatus, but you won't ever forget the feeling, I assure you. Mine, on the other hand, is more comparable to the presence of dementors. She paused, and was pleased at the horror in their eyes. It won't k out your soul, or anything, but it's translated as something close to misery. I don't think you'll ever recover from that one either. Psychological damage, and all that. Now, I would rather give you the choice on which you wanted, because you would probably pick misery over pain, but Harry would know that I'd used it if I did. While pain can be caused by any number of things, that level of mental anguish is pretty much unique to Harry's runes. If he saw you like that, he'd assume that you'd laid hands on me, and kill you. And no, I'm not being melodramatic. He'd quite literally kill you. The boys did not doubt her tone. With that in mind, I'm afraid this is going to hurt. The three boys drew their wands in almost the same second, but Daphne really was a talented witch. She had them disarmed in the blink of an eye, and their wands were underfoot. She stomped down on them, and all three broke with a crack. The boys turned fearful looks on their friend, who was now screaming silently in agony, and then looked at each other. The solution was simple. They could get past her, they were physically stronger, and then they could run. Ben could fend for himself. Almost as if she could read their minds, Daphne tutted. Ah, ah, ah. She shook her head, and then flicked her wrist. Petrificus totalis. Petarficus totalis. Two of the boys, Kevin and Donald, fell to the floor. You stay there and watch. I won't hold it on your friend for too long, only enough to know what will happen if he ever talks about Harry again as though he is not the best man in this school. Daff. Tracy swallowed, not wanting to see what happened next. Just remember to use a silencing ward, okay? People'll hear if you don't. Okay. I'll see you when I get back to the Slytherin common room. Daphne said, without turning her head. Come up with an excuse to tell Harry. I won't be long here. Right, will do. Tracy bobbed her own head, not caring that Daphne could not see her. Don't overdo it. As Tracy left, she heard her friend say one more thing. Now, hold still, and this will be over quickly. Tracy could almost hear the wails of pain following her, and shuddered. She really hoped that Daphne never got truly angry with her. It would rival Harry for scariness. On second thought, no it wouldn't. Daphne was the second scariest person she'd ever met, but Harry stopped being a person when he was angry. Was not even one of the animal forms. Almost as though he became a devil. Dash opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. When Daphne was finished, the boys were lying, spasming on the floor as she stood over them. Well, except for the first one. He was still shrieking without noise on the floor behind her. He'd probably be even more horrified when his genitals fell off. If only he'd had more magical power, or known the counter curse, he would have come out mostly unscathed. Now, you're never going to badmouth my Harry again, are you? She asked. They just barely managed to nod their heads. That's right. And you're never going to tell on me, are you? Another nod. Good. If that's the case, I won't tell Harry that you tried to beat me. Oh, I know you didn't, but don't think for a moment that he'd take your word over mine. The boys knew who Daphne had gotten the runes from, and she moved on to the only boy that was still being tortured. With a sigh, she whispered the counter curse, knowing that the boy would probably tell on her if he lost his testicles. "There you go. You should be mostly intact," she said, as he curled into the fetal position with what she imagined was a whimper. Her voice suddenly turned to ice. "If you tell anyone what happened here, they'll never find your body." Daphne turned on the spot. She hoped that some rumors would spread from this. Then, people would know what happened when they hurt her friend. Or, indeed, spoke ill of him. As it turned out, Tracy need not have thought of an excuse, as Harry was not in the common room while this was occurring. What reason would he have to be in the common room when they were not present? Instead, Harry was sat in his room, with a grimace on his face reflecting the pain that he had been inflicting on himself based on the belief that he'd need it in the future. The floor next to his bed, there sat a simple wooden box with a pentagram marking it on the top. It was one of the few things he had retrieved from Lucifer's vault, and Harry's interest was truly piqued by it upon seeing the tools within. Was that his inheritance from the Lucifer household? It did not make much sense if it was, since his affinity for runes had been present since birth. He had not been able to write in English when he left the Potter household. In fact, he had taught himself during his moments, as a runaway, in which he was human. Runes were ingrained into him, and so he had written in those instead. It was baffling, then, that Lucifer's vault, the right to which Harry won by combat after mauling the satyr that had been named Lucifer, would contain the materials that so effectively brand the runes into his skin. He looked at the claw that was currently strapped onto the ends of his index finger with a small scowl. Just because it was more effective to charge this with magical energy and engrave the runes than to cut the rune into his skin and then push his magic into the rune did not mean that it was any less painful. Harry's hand lingered over his left pectoral, and he thanked all of the gods that he could name for the fact that he did not have to repeat the process again from the start as he glanced at the sound rune that he had drawn onto his door and put the folded over piece of cloth into his mouth. Harry's teeth clamped down onto it as his heart rate increased at the knowledge of what was to come. That was not good, there would be enough blood as it was. As the claw pierced the flesh over his heart, Harry's muffled screams tore through the room. Harry was glad that he had taken the time, weeks ago, to re-etch the runes into his skin. He was unsure whether the potency of the abilities they shaped his magic into had increased, or if it was only the stability of the runes themselves, but Harry was thrilled at several effects he had noticed. The first, he honestly did not know for sure existed. Harry had never heard anyone else mention the faint markings that had sometimes adorned his skin when he was in an area of intense magical activity. But even if it was only his own anxiety about being seen as he truly was, Harry was glad there was no risk of them showing even under extreme circumstances. Altauhe had a feeling that there was one scenario that would reveal them to anybody that was present, but he only considered that scenario as a fail-safe for the war he felt sure would come. Besides, the person that cast the spell would not live to tell of Harry's appearance. Another was the fact that he felt uneasy. Harry could not put his finger on it, but something made him think that bad things would happen soon. What they would be, he had no idea, but he had long since decided to trust his instincts. Animals could sometimes sense danger based off the subtlest change, after all. Whether or not this was true, Harry felt better, safer, knowing that he was as well prepared as could be. Plus, it did not hurt that one rune in particular, that which would give him a serious boost in energy, to reduce his fatigue by a great extent, would come in handy in this upcoming task. No matter how indifferent he was to being the Triwizard champion, Harry was not fond of losing. The reason that he would need this energy drink-esque rune. Bagman had just told them that for the 5th task, they were to stay up through the night before the final task. How this could be considered a challenge in and of itself, Harry did not know, in order to assess their ability to function even under the effects of tiredness. The potions they were to drink would prevent them from falling asleep, but would result in them having a crash moments before the maze-based task began. Harry frowned at the memory of the daunting, and sinister-looking maze that he had caught glimpse of the night before. And as the final portion of this, the 5th Triwizard task, you will test your luck against each other. You will each draw a button, and on that button will be a number. That number indicates from which of the 4 entrances you will be entering the maze. Some are preferable to others, as I am sure you have deduced, else how would it matter which number you chose? Bagman finished his explanation with a grin. Will they be awarded points based on our luck? Crumb asked, with a scowl. That does not seem fair. No, no. Your points decided at which time you would enter the maze, and have already been finalized so that Mr. Potter, Harry that is, will enter, followed by you, Mr. Crumb, and then Ms. Delacour, and finally Mr. Thomas Potter. Was it just Harry, or did Bagman sound irritated that Thomas would be last? Any other questions? Bagman asked of the four. Yeah, Harry spoke up. We're going into the maze, but how will the audience watch what is going on? Every other challenge has been a spectator sport. Ah, a good question, Mr. Potter. Bagman nodded. They will be unable to see what you are doing, but they will be able to watch your progress thanks to a nifty piece of magic Potter has provided. At the same time, the names of the obstacles have been written on the maps that will be used to keep track of you, and so there will be plenty of excitement while you are facing the dangers inside. Now, if that is all. He wondered. Okay, then. You all have some visitors that will be coming here shortly. They have been invited to watch the final task, and I am sure that you all miss your family. The two elder male champions nodded at his, Crumb because he was very surly and Harry because he wondered who would be coming, though he assumed Lord and Lady Greengrass, while Thomas grinned and Fleur smiled, though the smile was strained after what happened to Gabrielle last time. I will see you all in the morning for the final task. With that, he left. The champions sat quietly for a moment, before Fleur turned to Harry. Do you, Avenue, any idea what Z's nifty piece of magic is? She asked. Crumb looked over curiously, too, as he had been idly wondering the same. Yep. It's able to track, through a complex charm tacked onto one of the no longer functional wards of Hogwarts that allows the user to see a small dot representing each person on a map. James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew used it while they were at school to get away with pranks. I assume that they have refined it as, while glitches are minimal, they have happened on occasion. Primarily, this is only a very slight time delay, but in this task that could make all the difference. Harry summarized the Marauders map. Oh, how do you know so much about EET? Fleur asked, curious. She knew that Harry did not get on with his family. I heard enough talk about it when I was still living with the Potters to know of its existence. During my earlier years in Hogwarts, I recreated it. Harry said. Why? Crumb, surprisingly, was the one to inquire this. You do not seem like a prankster. To prove I could do anything that they could. To prove I was better than them, I suppose, since they had 4 minds to work on it, and I only had my own. And did you refine EET, too? Fleur asked him. No. I didn't have any need for it. No need for it. It sounds like a very impressive piece of magic. Crumb commented. My senses are better than most. Harry was saved from explaining this, as a silver bee. Blur suddenly rushed through the flap of the magically warmed magical tent they would be staying in today to prevent any of them from acquiring a pepper-up potion, or something of the sort. Aforementioned Blur made a beeline for Harry and Fleur, sat next to each other, and flew at Harry, only giving the teen enough time to raise his arms to catch her once she pounced. And pounce she did. Ari! Gabrielle exclaimed, as Harry grunted softly from the projectile, and then smiled down at the grinning small girl that was on top of him. I missed you. And what about me, little sister? Fleur asked, with an amused smile that only grew as Gabrielle stuck her tongue out at the older Vila. I missed you too, Angel. Harry said, affectionately. The girl squealed, and hugged Harry tightly as she buried her face in his shoulder. Harry, at this point, nervously glanced at her knee, which was only a few inches from his crotch and decided not to risk it. With a quick lift, that inspired another happy shriek, Harry sat her on his lap instead. Fortunately, the girl seemed content with this. As long as she was still commanding the majority of his attention, Fleur was sure that she would be happy. Angel? Fleur asked Harry. After the angel Gabriel. Harry shrugged. She seems to like it. I am sure. It is a term of endearment, after all. She swapped back to French at this point, and Harry followed. And she is dear to me. He smiled, just as Gabrielle became fed up with not having Harry to speak to. Papa bought you a present. The little Vila exclaimed, bringing looks of surprise. From both Harry and Fleur. Which one of us? Fleur asked her little sister. Both of you, she answered. But he didn't want me to feel left out, so he gave me one too. Would you like to see? She asked Harry. The boy could not tell if the very sudden change from enthused to shy was fake, but either way he knew what the answer would be. He had to say, children were far easier to understand than adults, as they did not have any of the conventions and unwritten rules that their parents did, especially in the wizarding world, and so Harry found it far easier to communicate with them because of this, and not have to try to read subtext. It's very pretty, Harry smiled, as he examined the silver bracelet that sat on the girl's thin wrist. It was an intricate design, including a variety of precious stones that Harry did not care to learn the names of, though they included sapphires and emeralds, which he knew off the top of his head, that Harry had no problem admitting escaped him, but one thing he did notice was well hidden by the twirling pattern around it, small tracking charm. As Gabrielle beamed at the compliment, Harry asked again, "Your father gave you this?" he asked. The girl smiled, and happily nodded. Harry would wait and see whether Sebastian Delacour knew of the rune, and ask him why it was there if he did. The opportunity to ask him was not hard to come by, as the adults entered the room. Gabrielle must have had a large head start, and those that knew Harry, including the Potters, he was unhappy to note, smiled softly at seeing the usually gruff boy with the bundle of joy that was Gabrielle Delacour sat on his lap. After greeting Andrew and Adelaide Greengrass, as well as Apolline Delacour, Harry pulled Sebastian Delacour aside to ask about the bracelets before he could forget or, as the case may be, lose the opportunity. Harry had no idea what the time frame was for the visiting family members. Leaving them here for too long could, potentially, cause problems such as the elders helping their children, so Harry assumed he did not have an excess of time to discuss the matter with Sebastian. "Did you commission the bracelet Gabrielle is wearing to be made?" Harry asked, without preamble, as soon as he and the Lord of House Delacour were out of the vicinity of any of the others, though he noted that Fleur was looking suspiciously over at the pair. "I did," the older man confirmed. "And did you ask for the tracking rune to be included?" "Yes," Sebastian smiled ever so slightly at Harry's attentiveness, and continued. "My eyes were opened by the last task. While it was supposedly safe, I will not risk either of my daughter's safety again if I can help it," he said, with determination. "That's good to hear, then," Harry agreed that it was a good idea. "I would hate to see either of them in danger. But," Harry scratched the back of his head, "why are you intending to give me one of them?" "Ah." Sebastian's features took on a hint of nervousness. "I was expecting to broach this subject myself. Booty may not always be able to respond if they are in danger, and you have shown yourself to be capable as anyone I have met, of protecting them, as well as being very willing to do so. And the tacking rune, and whatever charms have been weaved in alongside it, allows people wearing bracelets to locate each other." Harry assumed. "I will be glad to wear it, then. I must admit I expected you to dislike the notion of a bracelet." Sebastian commented. "Men typically dislike the idea of jewelry, after all. I would not wear it by choice, but I am not adverse to it as long as it is not overly eye-catching. I hope that you will not be insulted if I change the color to black." Sebastian chuckled lightly at the coincidence. "Actually, I made the assumption that you would not be willing to wear silver or gold." He reached into his pocket, and produced a bracelet, the color of obsidian, that he held out to Harry. The teen took it, and examined the intricate pattern of serpents that the black metal made. "An alloy. I chose the design because Fleur mentioned that your house was represented by snakes." "Thank you," Harry said. He imagined that the Delacour sisters would include hugs in their expressions of gratitude, but neither he nor Sebastian would be comfortable with that. "You're welcome." Sebastian patted Harry on the shoulder, and continued. "Now, let us get back to the others before one of my daughters manages to kill me with their glares." He grinned at the teen, and Harry nodded with his own smile, beginning to believe that maybe Fleur's father was actually warming up to him. Hogwarts had a feeling of unease about it as three girls made their way to the grounds with unhappy expressions on their faces as they contemplated their next course of action. Because of this cause, they did not give any thought to the uncomfortable feeling that each shared, sat in the pit of their stomachs. This was the difference between they three and Daphne, Jasmine realized with mixed emotion. Mixed because, while she wished she had the guts to be as ruthless as Daphne, she did not like the idea of being so cold-hearted and, quite frankly, scary. As she glanced at Tracis' deep frown, and listened to the infuriated grumblings of Caroline, Jasmine wondered if it was a bad thing for her to put herself, and her own peace of mind, above the outrage that all three shared after hearing the conversation that they had just overheard between Karkaroff and Crouch, though Crouch's opinions had been expressed in a strange way. It goes to show that the half-breeds hold so little intelligence, that Maxine thought her Vila could stand up against Crumb. Karkaroff had expressed, clearly in reference to the last task, and the fact that Fleur had done rather badly in it. Humans do not have the same weaknesses that those abominations do. He said, merrily. They do not. Vilas are all too easily killed when in an environment such as water. Their affinity for flame can be exploited, even if it sometimes allows them to catch non-Vila off guard because the wizard assumes they are only creatures of beauty. It sounded almost as though the ministry official was speaking from experience. Yes, I imagine they would be, Karkaroff agreed, before turning the conversation back to what he wished to discuss. But I must say that I am glad she was dumb enough to put the Vila in the contest, else what would we do now? We could not design an entire half of the maze in that manner, else some of them would get through whatever wards were put up. It will be easy enough to put the Delacour girl up against enemies that will keep her busy, while Mr. Potter has a hard time of it. One of the Mr. Potters, Crouch reminded him. Yes, Karkaroff nodded impatiently. But the other hardly matters, does he? Such an ordinary person is hardly important to either of us. Hardly. Crouch nodded in agreement. I do have a question, how are you ensuring that the champions select certain counters? Surely it is not simple to predict which they will draw. Karkaroff did not sound nervous, more like he was double-checking. It is easy. The counters are not numbered. When they sense which champion draws them out of the bag, the number will appear. Bagman, the fool, was easy to compel not to look inside the bag he has been entrusted with. He is a fool, indeed. Igor sounded amused by that fact. And we stand to profit greatly from the fact that they trusted such a fool, do we? Not, my friend. We certainly do. Jasmine could swear that the happiness in Crouch's tone was fake. She did not know why, but it was nagging her that he did not feel any actually joy in the subject we were discussing. You mentioned something about your wife being ill. Karkaroff asked of the ministry official. Will that be what you spend yours on? I am not limited to only that, Crouch stated, and the apathy under his tone was clearer, from Jasmine's perspective. She knew that he was lying. I bet a very large sum on your man to win. Was there subtext there? And what do you intend to do with yours? Ah. Karkaroff sounded nervous, to the 6th year Ravenclaw. I was thinking about an early retirement. He said, uncertainly. Oh, where will you go? Crouch wondered. Now he was interested. I hear that the Portuguese community is welcoming to those who wish to have a private retirement, and who want to avoid being bothered. For a small fee, I can put you in touch with someone who will help you get settled without prying eyes knowing about it. He was lying, somehow, but Karkaroff did not notice that any more than the undertones anything else his apparent friend had said. Really? And Karkaroff sounded overjoyed, though he was trying to keep it subdued enough to be subtle. That would be much appreciated. What cost are we talking here? An insignificant sum, really, Crouch shrugged. Galleons are worth more over there. It will cost you 1,500 for an ordinary house, 2,000 for a nice house, or 3,000 for a very nice house. By selling any property you have here, I have no doubt that you will be able to cover 3,050 times over, and that is not taking into consideration the winnings you receive after our respective wagers are done. I would very much appreciate it if you could give me this contact then, my friend. As soon as possible, I would ask. Of course. If you follow me to the room I stayed in last night, to help ensure everything is ready for the final task, I can give you it immediately. He hesitated for only a second, but Jasmine heard it from her place behind the tapestry, where the three had ducked. My friend. How did the Durmstrang headmaster not hear the insincerity? The disgust. Jasmine would never know. After the headmaster and ministry official left, the three friends snuck out of their hiding place, equal measures of disgust on each of their faces, and began to make their way down to the Quidditch pitch, each of them wondering whether they could find a way to get the message across to Harry and, preferably, also Fleur. Even if they were rather unhappy with the fact that they had been together all night, the three were satisfied by the fact that Crumb and Thomas were there, also. As they neared the stadium, Caroline finally voiced one of the things in that conversation that contributed to her outrage. How dare they call Harry ordinary? Down at the stadium, having left early with a hasty explanation that she wanted to wish Harry luck in the task, and a very intentional lack of invitation. To Tracy, Daphne was having an, if anything, more eventful time than her friends. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. The bee-owned, violet-eyed girl was stood in the shadows with barely restrained impatience as people began to arrive in the stadium that surrounded the Bush maze that the champions would be entering soon enough, according to Harry's retelling of the first time they were shown the maze a couple of weeks after Daphne's run-in with the Ravenclaws. She was waiting, her face the mask of apathy of pureblood was taught to perfect, for Harry to leave the magical tent. The girl had thought, long and hard, on whether this course of action was correct, but she, like Harry and the others, had a feeling that something was coming, some great change that would affect her dearly, and was not able to ignore it. She, unlike Tracy, Caroline and Jasmine had not been able to dismiss it the night before because she was up all night, on edge at the thought of Harry and Fleur alone in the tent together for hours. She forgot that the other champions would be with them, and was therefore alone with naught but her thoughts for company. Because of this feeling, Daphne's sleep-deprived mind had convinced the more rational parts of her that Harry's life was at risk. No matter how illogical the fear was, it had taken a hold of the normally cold girl, inspired a significant amount of fear in her, and given her the kick up the bum she had needed to act. She had no idea how Harry would react, nor how her father, friends, Fleur and the French girl's family would respond, but this was not something that she would ignore any longer because she was worried about what other people would say. This was something she needed, no matter what came next, and that she would never forgive herself for, even if she lived for an eternity with Harry in the next great adventure, not doing while Harry was still here to reciprocate. And so, as Harry stepped out of the tent along with the other three champions and Ludo Bagman, who was holding a small sack, Daphne stepped away from the shadowed area she had been lingering in, and made a beeline for Harry, while her hands shook at her sides. As she neared, and time slowed to a crawl as her pulse quickened, Daphne was annoyed to note that her parents were in the crowd, and that they would no doubt insist on having a conversation with her about all of this. She pushed the thought out of her mind, and focused on Harry. "Daph?" Harry asked, as she neared, a confused expression on his face. "Is everything okay?" His eyes ran over her form and radiated concern. "You're shaking." Daphne did not answer, as she drew level with him, and placed a hand on Harry's chest to stop him from moving. She placed her hands on either side of the teen's face, and Harry blinked. "UHMW, what are you?" Harry did not finish the nervously asked question, as Daphne took a deep, steadying breath. "Are you?" Again, Harry trailed off. Daphne idly noted that she found it cute that, unlike every other area, this was something that could make him blush, as Harry's cheeks gained a hint of pink. Daphne stood on her tiptoes, and pressed her soft lips against Harry's. The black-haired teen froze, and Daphne imagined that, if she had her eyes open, she would see his emerald eyes widen almost comically as she pressed herself against him. Maybe he flailed his hands for a moment, too, before they drifted to her sides in an awkward fashion. And maybe, Daphne would later think, they would have sank into a more comfortable state had a certain Vila not chosen this time to grab Daphne by the shoulder and tear her away from Harry, leaving Harry stood slightly hunched over and blinking, very much surprised at what had just happened. For all of Albus Dumbledore's talents, and they were many as he would admit with a humble smile, he did not seem to speak the dialect that the two girls stood in front of young Harry were currently conversing in, which was strange, he remarked to himself with a twinkle in his eyes, since he was fluent in French, and that was the language they were using. For example, he had heard Miss Delacour inquire, to Miss Greengrass, how she dared to key Harry, and Miss Greengrass reply that she had known him for years, and had more of a right to doing so than Miss Delacour ever could was understandable from Albus' point of view. Miss Delacour's reply explaining, at an admittedly unnecessarily high volume, that Harry was her fiancé had made sense, also, but that was followed by the term that Dumbledore was unfamiliar with, and that angered Miss Greengrass for some reason. Presumably, it was some form of insult. Miss Greengrass had requested that Miss Delacour not be an interfering something, and followed that up by saying that it was not any of Miss Delacour's business what Harry did. Miss Delacour had scoffed at this, and used another term that Albus was not familiar with before Miss Greengrass continued her line of argument while ignoring whatever insult this had been. She had said that Harry did not deserve to be condemned to a life with such a something, who had probably slept with an unspecified quantity of other boys before because she was a Vila something. Miss Delacour had bristled at this, and denied it, quite clearly stating that she had never so much as at someone. Miss Greengrass had expressed her disbelief, and Miss Delacour had insisted, to young Harry, who was watching with an expression of worry and confusion, that she was telling the truth, imploring him to believe her. Miss Greengrass had asked why Mr. Potter should believe anything that came out of Miss Delacour's mouth, as she was condemning him to a miserable life and a loveless marriage. Miss Delacour had become visibly distraught at the suggestion, and had denied that that was what was happening, insisting that she would never have forced Harry into any such scenario. Then, panic-stricken, she had assured Harry that she was glad that her fiancé had been someone as wonderful as he. Miss Greengrass had wondered how Miss Delacour would know anything of Harry, since she had not made any effort to get to know him over the course of the year. Miss Delacour had responded by saying that Miss Greengrass had hardly been a good friend to him herself, and that she had been a something over the course of the year, ignoring Harry because she was frustrated by the fact that she would not be the one that he married. She had followed this up by calling her a terrible friend, and saying that Miss Greengrass did not care for Harry in the slightest. At this point, Miss Greengrass was fuming, and had lunged forwards with her hand drawn back to strike Miss Delacour across the face. She succeeded, with a slap, and Albus had stood to intervene before the situation escalated, only to find that the other three girls that were frequently in Harry's company had pulled her away, while berating her in English for being so hot-tempered and, if Albus, hearing did not mistake him, for dotting him in the first place. The headmaster had believed he heard a tone of jealousy in their voices, but did not have time to wonder on it as he had noticed the look of fury on Miss Delacour's face being replaced by a look of vindictive malevolence. She had smirked at Miss Greengrass, and taken Harry's face in her hands much like her apparent enemy before her. Harry's eyes had widened, again, in the moments before the French girl leant forwards and captured his lips in hers. When she had drawn back from the somewhat longer key, forced by an instinct telling her that danger was imminent, Miss Greengrass had broken free, by elbowing Miss Davis in the face, and had her wand raised. Albus had no doubt that she would have cursed Miss Delacour had the younger Miss Greengrass not leapt on her, and tackled her to the ground while yelling at her that the fiasco was a bad idea, and that Miss Delacour being seriously injured immediately before a task could result in the elder Miss Greengrass being expelled. Albus knew this to be true, as it was a rule that remained from the earlier tournaments. It could endanger the champion's life if they were crippled before one of the more deadly tasks. The younger Miss Greengrass had insisted that Miss Delacour was not worth it, and the elder Miss Delacour had relented, with a promise that the confrontation was not over, and had stormed off. As Mr. Potter's other friends followed the two Miss Greengrasses into the stands towards their parents, and young Harry had stood frozen on the spot with an expression that showed how utterly baffled he was, Albus had begun to formulate a plan on how to save the young man from the potentially dark path he was treading. Albus did firmly believe in the power of love, after all. How did Harry get here? The teen in question wondered as he stared at the gap in the hedge in front of him, waiting for the first gunshot that would signal his turn to enter. He glanced at the counter in his hand with the number 3 drawn on in bold black ink. He could vaguely remember reaching into the small woven sack and retrieving the counter. Then, Crumb did the same, followed by Fleur and lastly Thomas. Harry had been directed over to this side of the maze, and must have made his way over. And, yet, Harry could only barely remember moving, like a haze had been set over his eyes as he wandered over to the starting position. Now, he shook his head in a futile effort to understand what had just happened. He had been ed twice. What the hell? Why would they choose now to do that? He hissed to himself. And why the hell would they do that in the first place? He scowled, and then chuckled to the air around him a few seconds later. Oh, right, fiancé, and all that. But, still, surely Fleur could have come up with a better time to key Harry for the first time than now, and Daphne, that just confused Harry. She had been pulling away from him for the majority of the year, sure, they were seemingly growing closer again now, but this was confusing. Yep, that was the best way to describe Harry's current state. Confused. For Daphne to key him like that, she must have an interest in him, right? Harry could not think of another reason to do that, as strained as the relationship between Daphne and Fleur, he did not believe that she would have key at him only for the sake of annoying Fleur, and so Daphne must have hold affections for him. Had she showed that earlier in his life? Had he missed it, and hurt her with his density? This was giving him a headache, and he longed for a distraction. And, so, he was for the first time glad to hear Ludo Bagman's annoying voice, as it gave him something else to focus on. Now that the champions are all in position, we're ready to begin. The object of this task is simple, to find the Triwizard Cup. It is located in the center of the maze, and is marked on the maps that have been distributed to the audience so that you can see the champions as they make their progress towards victory. I am sure that you will all agree that this is the perfect way to finish such an exciting tournament. I and all of the judges hope that you will show your support for the champion of your choice, to help them make their way through the challenges ahead. Harry drew his wand, assuming that his signal would come soon, and focused on the darkness between the two hedges in front of him. He idly wondered, as Bagman began to speak again, what the first obstacle would be that he encountered. The first entrant will be Mr. Harry Potter, of Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. Bagman exclaimed. The challenge will begin upon the sound of a cannon shot. 4 will be heard telling each champion to enter, in the order of Mr. Potter, Mr. Crumb, Ms. Delacour and lastly the younger Mr. Potter. Harry could almost see Thomas gritting his teeth at that fact, and would have smiled if he was not trying to suppress whatever emotions he could for the time being. Then, the gunshot sounded and Harry darted forwards into the maze. He was quickly consumed by the darkness, and the people behind him witnessed the hole in the hedge slam shut, trapping him in the dangerous arena with untold dangers. Well, untold to him. Those that were sat behind him had long since noticed that his quarter of the maze was far more filled with obstacles than those of the others. Was his luck just that terrible? Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 dash. After Crumb's gunshot, Harry's dot moved quickly, as Tracy held the map in her hands while frowning down at the material. She noticed her expression being mirrored on the faces of Jasmine and Caroline, and addressed the source of her unhappiness who just so happened to be sat next to her with a scowl marring her beautiful face and her arms crossed across her chest. That was a real by.ch move, Daff. She hissed. Daphne's cold violet eyes flicked to Tracis warm brown, and the girl simply grunted her acknowledgement. Especially now. How focused do you think Harry'll be during this challenge after you key at him out of the blue like that? And what in Merlin's name did you aim to achieve by doing it in front of the entire bloody school? After that, when Harry wins, word'll get to that Rita Skeeter woman and she'll end up spreading gossip about him being unfaithful. How will that help anyone? Caroline weighed in. It's just going to mess up Harry's life to have the public attention on him. Harry won't care what the public thinks about him. Daphne contradicted. And their attention will be on him anyway if he wins. She scowled at the others, as she glanced at the map. Don't be pissed at me just because I took the initiative and you're jealous. That's not. Oh look, Harry's at his first obstacle. Daphne interrupted Tracy, who had begun to deny the accusation. It was an effective distraction as the other 3 turned to see what Harry would first be facing. A sphinx. Harry was not thrilled that this was the first obstacle he'd be facing. He did not think that fighting it would be a good idea, since magical animals usually had unnatural levels of endurance. Harry would probably be able to beat it, and would take that approach had he not needed to face Merlin knows how many other obstacles in the immediate future. Greetings, human. The human woman-faced lion began. Greetings, Sphinx. Harry dipped his head to show respect to the no doubt prideful being. Am I to fight you today? He asked. If the answer was yes, it was inevitable that they come to blows. That depends, the Sphinx tilted its head as it observed Harry, as if judging him. On whether you are able to impress me. And how will I go about impressing you? By answering my riddles, of course. Of course. Was that a part of their mythos, then? Okay, and how many riddles do I have to solve? The Sphinx simply smirked, and began. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, on 2 legs in at noon and 3 legs at night? Harry knew this off the top of his head. A human. As a baby, we crawl. As an adult, we stand upright. At the end of our lives we support ourselves with a cane. That one was not difficult, but you did not answer how many I would have to solve. Again, Harry was ignored. I have a bed but cannot sleep. I have a mouth but never eat. I have no legs but forever run. What am I? After a second of thought, Harry answered. A river, but what breaks as soon as you say its name? Again, Harry only paused for a moment. Silence. How many poor people have me? Rich people need me. If you eat me, you die. What am I? Another moment of thought. Nothing. You haven. If I drink, I die. I must eat to survive. What am I? Harry was scowling by this point. Fire. How many? If I have it, I keep it. If I share it, I no longer have it. What is it? A secret. Harry gave up on asking as a gunshot sounded off to his left. When young, I am tall. When old I am short. What am I? A candle. Harry sighed. Look, if you're just going to keep asking me until I slip up, please tell me now. I'd rather just fight. The Sphinx appeared contemplative for a moment. What asks but never answers? This one took Harry a little while longer to solve, but there was still very little difficulty. An owl. Very well, people rarely answer so well. I will move on to more complex riddles, and see if you are worthy of being allowed to pass. First, think of a person who lives in disguise, who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. A spy. Next, tell me what's the last thing to mend. The middle of middle and end of the end. The letter D. And finally give me the sound often heard during the search of a hard-to-find word. Now string me together and answer me this, what creature would you be unwilling to key? As Harry made to answer, he swayed on his feet, and stifled a yawn. Apparently, the all-nighter was now catching up to him, whatever potion they had given Harry was wearing off. This was probably the best time to happen, as the Sphinx was not rushing him to answer. A SP spider. Harry yawned again. He rubbed his eyes, and then moved his hand to the outside of his thigh. Through his trousers, a complex pattern shone, letting him know that the rune that would effectively restore his cognitive capabilities in time to hear the next riddle. Okay, then. There is a story that a man and not a man saw and did not see a bird and not a bird perched on a branch and not a branch and hit him and did not hit him with a rock and not a rock. She left it at that, and Harry's brow furrowed in thought. A man and not a mana transvestite. No, a eunuch. Saw and did not see, he had bad eyesight, then, but was not blind. A bird and not a bird, so, something that may be mistaken for a bird. Something winged, a bat. Perched on a branch and not a branch, something like a branch, a plant. A reed. He missed but thought he hit. A rock and not a rock, that was a more difficult thought. Petrified wood or something. Pumice. A eunuch with poor eyesight saw a bat perched on a reed and threw a pumice stone at it. He missed. Yes. The Sphinx narrowed her eyes. You are beginning to impress me. We hut without moving. We poison without touching. We bear truth and lies. We are not to be judged by our size. What are we? You are words. Harry answered, after half a minute's thought. 500 is at my end and my start, yet 5 is at my heart. The first letter and the first number make me complete. My name is that of a king. What am I? At this, Harry paused, baffled. I have no idea, he answered, with his eyebrows raised. David. The Sphinx answered. Apologies, it is cheating if the person speaking does not know Roman numerals, but I will now have to kill you. She seemed conflicted. I did not impress you. Harry wondered. You did, but I was told to ask until you failed, and am compelled to kill you for failing to answer me correctly. Compelled by who? Harry asked. That is something I cannot answer. The Sphinx shook her head. So we're going to fight? Harry inquired, as he prepared to shift. She was definitely conflicted between her own wants and what she had been ordered to do. If you answer this final riddle, I will let you proceed safely. What is he that builds stronger than either the mason, the shipwright, or the carpenter? Harry's eyebrows raised. Quoting Shakespeare. The answer is the gravedigger, for his houses will last until doomsday. Correct. The Sphinx smiled for the first time. I will not attack you, young wizard. I wish you the best of luck. The fourth gunshot sounded. Who would have thought that that would be one of the easiest obstacles? Harry certainly didn't, as he ran past the lion woman deeper into the maze. Harry was also unaware of the fact that, on the other side of the hedge he ran past, stood a Death Eater who had sacrificed half of his vision to fulfill his mission, and had a magical eye much the same as Moody's sat in his socket. Dash opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. Huh, Jasmine said, in a confused tone. I wonder why Crumb's heading for Harry. Maybe he got lost, Caroline muttered. I'm more worried about Fleur. Why's she just suddenly stopped nowhere near an obstacle? She was near to the center of the maze. If she's hurt, one of the others will find her once they get there, or maybe the map's glitching. That would explain why they've crowded around the original. Tracy suggested, nodding to the judges who had gathered in a circle, with oars Potter and Black, around the map that all the others were copies of. Father. Daphne, ignoring the others' conversation in favor of watching Harry's dot slow somewhat as it neared the next obstacle. Her father, too, had noticed that something was bothering the judges, and so had stood. I am going to ask what's wrong, Andrew said, with a frown. He did not continue his sentence, as he did not want to express the slight concern that Harry might be in danger. Scroots. Astoria's voice reached the others, and they glanced at the map to find Harry approaching this label. The fact that it said blast-ended Scroots, as in plural, was worrying. Dash opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. Oh, shit, Harry said, to the darkness around him, as the large, armored half-manticore half-fire crab animals turned their attention to him. That's a lot of Scroot. Show the hell did Hagrid get them to be good for long enough not to kill each other? That had been a serious issue for the Care of Magical Creatures professor, as Hagrid had told the 6th-year class. Harry did not have time to find out how they had been civilized towards each other, as the hybrid creatures began their approach with hissing and clicking noises. He would need to deal with them before they air in blasting distance. It looked that 2 were females, with their curs, and 4 were male with stingers. That made little difference, however, as, with a bang, one of them blasted itself forwards. Harry knew that they had unarmored undersides, but there was no way to capitalize on that weakness in his current position. With a curse and a wave of his wand, a wall of rock rose from the ground in front of Harry and the creature slammed into it, unable to stop its propulsion mid-flight. The wall shattered at this, and Harry transfigured the larger fragments into a trio of Rottweilers. With another flick of his wand, the dogs went after the disoriented Scroot. They inspired an ounce of panic in the creature, and Harry's wand flashed. Reducto. The spell took a chunk out of the Scroot, and it fell to the floor twitching. Harry jabbed his wand at the near-dead creature, and it lifted into the air and was launched at its brethren. Sick 'em. Harry barked at the dogs that were now stood growling at the living creatures. Without a second's hesitation, the hounds charged the Scroots as the shell of the first crashed into the pack. After a moment's hesitation, Harry shrugged. Flippendo. He yelled the first-year spell, and the Scroot it connected with was flipped onto its back. One of the Rottweilers leapt onto the underbelly and bit into the stomach with a snarl. Harry left it to its killing, and used the spell again. Defindo. A large gash cut through the underbelly of a third creature, as the other 2 dogs attempted to fight a fourth. They failed, and were incinerated with a blast of fire. The creature turned to find Harry swishing and flicking his wand. The creature was pulled into the air by a levitation charm, and Harry gritted his teeth as he supported the weight with his magic. He moved it quickly and dropped it onto the 5th of the animals. Evidently, this was all that it took for the Scroots to turn on each other. They clawed at each other, and attempted to burn their fellow only to find themselves evenly matched. Harry had lost track of the final Scroot. He found out where it was as the shirt on his back burst into fire, and he cried out in pain. Harry stumbled forwards, and fell to his knees, clawing at the material that had been melted and was now joined to his back. Scraping up his wand, Harry sprayed water over his back and vanished the shirt, only to find himself being thrown into the hedge to his left as a pincer slammed into his side. The teen snarled as his injured back scraped against the twigs, and he raised his wand in time to cast a flame-freezing charm on the next burst of fire. He then hit the Scroot with an overpowered banisher and it was thrown backwards. In mid-air, a blasting curse caught it in the stomach, and Harry gasped as it exploded and he pulled himself out of the greenery. How the F.K. did it get behind me? He wondered, with a growl. He shook his head, and turned to find the majority of the Scroots were dead, excluding the 2 that had turned on each other, who were still just about alive. He soon changed that, by aiming his wand at areas in which they had had hunks of their armor torn from their body. Defodio. Harry muttered twice, and the creatures died at the end of the gouging charms. Then, he moved his hand to his arm and began the slow process of healing his half-melted back with a hiss of pain. He had to move before he was fully healed, lest he give the others a head start. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. Thomas Potter was growing frustrated, as he tried to navigate through the maze. 5 times he'd hit a dead end. 5. Was it constantly changing, or something? As he found a path that felt promising, he slowed and narrowed his eyes at the golden mist in front of him. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. Fleur Delacour had been in first place, well on her way to winning as she quickly moved towards the center of the maze. She had only met a select few creatures, and had suffered no injuries greater than a sprained ankle, right until she was blindsided. Now, she was lying on the floor with the bone of her left calf prominent under the skin as it stuck out at an angle. The Death Eater had only spent a second on her, knowing that Crumb would be the better option to attack the greater threat, and had quickly moved to Harry's position, wanting to watch his design unfold. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. Crumb moved, eyes glazed, through the maze unbothered by the occupants. He was being directed by a friendly, reassuring voice in his head and, later, would berate himself for believing that it would be enjoyable to cast the Cruciatus curse on Harry Potter. He was nearing the designated position, and Crumb raised his wand without emotion and laid in wait. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. A boggart. Tracy observed that this was the next obstacle in Harry's path, followed closely by a charm that she did not recognize. Do you know what Harry's boggart was? She asked, with a frown. No, I don't think that he faced a boggart. Daphne answered, in reference to their 5th year, in which the teacher found one of the creatures. They should have had it the year before, but Lockhart had been a god-awful teacher. He just hung at the back of the classroom. I wonder what it would be. Harry Potter knelt next to a small, broken figure, and his shoulders shook. At first glance, the shaking shoulders would indicate sadness. That he was weeping. But the watching, black-haired teen was fairly certain that this was not the case. His confirmation was provided upon hearing a quiet chuckle come from the kneeling Harry Potter as his hands raised to the sides of his head, and were revealed to be coated in blood, the crimson liquid running down his forearms as his hands clutched his scalp and his laughter increased in volume. Harry backed off, as he watched his clone tilt his head to look up at him with a feral grin on his face. The inverted eye on the kneeling Harry's chest, which was just as bare as that of the standings, shone and flickered. Then, the rest of the runes came into existence. Every inch of his body was suddenly covered in the symbols, half of them seeming to be no more than criss-crossing lines, some curved and others straight, while others managed to form some meager representation of what they did. Harry's eyes found the anchor-shaped rune on his clone's left pectoral, and his eyes widened with fear. Then, they tickled as his gaze moved to the small, broken girl that him but not him had killed, and Harry's own lips curled back into a snarl. Gabrielle. His clone was on his feet, and lunged forwards with intent to kill. And Harry knew that it was a boggart. The thing was feeding off his own fear, but it did not have his powers. If Harry was afraid of one of his forms in this state, then it would turn to a saber-toothed cat, or a direwolf. But he wasn't. Those represented his animal nature. He was not afraid of his bestial nature, he was afraid of it being fueled by his humanity. For his sanity to snap, and for the hate that he had felt as a child to take its place. If he was to snap, then he could be as bad as the Dark Lord, but why would his anger be directed at Gabrielle? She had never inspired his anger. Harry loved her like he imagined one would love a younger sibling. It would be more likely that he would be put into this state by someone hurting Gabrielle and the others he cared for, and removing what little reason he had to hold on to his sanity. The boggart was about to learn this. Harry lunged forwards, at his clone, and the boggart displayed no signs of fear at Harry's growl. The two met, and Harry's fist met not Harry's temple and the clone was thrown to the floor. It was back on its feet in a moment, and found a wand inches from its face. Reducto. Harry barked, and the head was blasted from his clone's shoulders. It was a shapeshifter, though, and so recovered from even this injury by turning into a shadow and then turned back to not Harry in a swirl of shadow. The boggart found a pair of hands wrapping around its throat, and moved its hands up to claw at Harry's eyes. Harry shoved it away, and caught its hand, pushing power into a rune that sat there. He used the rune in a very different method to that he had originally intended on choosing the palm of his hand, as the meaning of stick was, this time, to force the boggart to stick in this form, and have the vulnerabilities of a human. Harry was afraid of his feral nature, not of his magical ability or of his humanity, including his intelligence, and so the not Harry did not have a wand to defend himself. Nor did it have the common sense to know what was coming as Harry pointed his wand at its throat. Defindo. The clone's throat was slashed, and Harry was left, breathing heavily, with a dying man and a dead girl. He moved to the form of Gabrielle, with some slight panic coloring his thoughts. It was not her, but well, she was there and Harry couldn't help but see the dead form of the girl he was rapidly growing unbelievably protective of. Harry ran a hand through his hair as he stared down at her, and tried to think of something that would make him laugh. He could not, from Gabrielle's form, and so he turned back to his clone. It was unconscious from the blood loss by now, and Harry knelt next to him with a picture in mind. He deactivated the rune, and lifted his wand. Ridiculous, he whispered, and the shapeshifter's form shifted. Harry focused on his wolf form, forcing a transformation as he could see the connection, and chuckled as it began to chase its tail. Evidently, the boggart was weak enough that this finished it off and Harry continued on his way. He'd need to see Gabrielle to properly reassure himself that she was fine. He'd have to finish this task first, though. That took him some time. Daphne commented. He must be fine, though, or he wouldn't be continuing. She reassured herself. He wouldn't have just forgotten the spell, though. Tracy said, worried. It must have affected him quite badly. A massive, black wolf howled its victory as it stood over the dead form of an Ancromantula with blood staining the hair around its maw. This noise sent the four that had managed to escape the canine's fury scuttling away even faster, readily abandoning their fellows in a second to avoid death by Harry. The wolf growled at the shadows in an all-encompassing warning as he sniffed at the air. If anything was nearby, he could not smell it, but his hackles were raised. His mind was heavily influenced by his inner animal, or one of them, as all animagi were when in their animal forms, and so Harry trusted his instincts implicitly at this point. He stalked forwards, deeper into the maze, and the rumbling in his chest continued to spike every few minutes as he searched out another danger. After close to 20 minutes, Harry found nothing. That was a bad omen, surely. Harry knew it was a strange thought process, to be alarmed that nothing was trying to kill him at the moment, but his instincts were screaming at him that this meant danger. Perhaps it meant that he was being stalked, or perhaps there was something lying in wait. Maybe whatever obstacles he was nearing had grouped together to properly take him by surprise, or maybe it was that Harry had somehow gotten turned around and was now back where he met the Sphinx. Maybe, as a wolf, he was missing something. With that in mind, Harry turned back to a human and cracked his neck. Thankfully, his transformation had not been, for lack of a better word, explosive, and so he had clothing on his lower body. It was an odd side difference between he and others, presumably a side effect of learning how to shift himself, that his transformations tore his clothes to shreds when he was in a more primal mindset. Harry smirked, noting that he was correct to transform, and drew his wand. Hominum revelio, he said, with a quick wave of his wand. Two swear words, one in English and the other in a harsher tongue, sounded from the immediate vicinity. Harry spun, and cast a shield charm between he and the others. One spell splashed against it, but Harry did not count on unforgivables being used. Crucio. Crumb, by the sounds of it, yelled. Harry fell to the ground, shuddering, and his teeth closed around his lower lip at the sudden onset of pain. His screams were muffled, but loud in the silence around him. Blood poured down Harry's chin as he forced his eyes open and tried to see through the haze of pain. The pain curse was agonizing, but Harry had felt similar sensations before, as a child. His wand had fallen from his grip, but Harry managed to raise his right hand with his fingers splayed. No spells came to his mind when he was so lacking in focus, and Harry allowed his magic to flare violently on instinct. It had the effect of a banisher, as Crumb was hit in the chest by a tendril of sapphire magic, and the Bulgarian was thrown backwards. Harry felt the blanket of pain lift, and his thoughts scrambled for a spell to use. He wasn't fast enough. The Death Eater, on the other hand, was fast enough, and another curse was quick incoming. Avada Kedavra, he began, and was interrupted suddenly. Stupefy. Crumb was faster to recover than Harry, but that made sense given that he had not been tortured. The Death Eater crumpled, and Crumb slowly rose to his feet just as Harry's mind began to clear. The Englishman scooped up his wand and pushed himself to an upright position. He swayed a little, but had his wand pointed at his opposing champion in a second. "I vas being controlled," Crumb explained, with his hands spread in a gesture of goodwill. "He had me under the imperious curse." Harry blinked at him twice with a frown, judging whether Victor was telling the truth, and nodded before lowering his wand a few seconds later. "Fine," he relented. "Now who the F.K. is that?" he asked, nodding at the downed figure. "I do not know." Crumb shook his head. "You go on ahead, I will send for a teacher." In another scenario, Harry might have argued that Crumb shouldn't give up his chances, but he just held him under the torture curse. Victor owed him that much, and so Harry nodded before going on ahead. I wonder if Harry knocked Crumb unconscious. Tracy pondered aloud. Must have. Why else would Crumb be staying still? Daphne reasoned. Oh, and that must be Harry sending for somebody to fetch him. She added, as red sparks shot into the air over the maze. Wait, now he's next to Fleur. Fleur? Harry asked. Fleur. His voice became more urgent, as he dropped to his knees next to the girl. Thank Merlin, he sighed, as he found a pulse in her neck. A pisky, he murmured, and waved his wand over the Vila's lower leg. It began to heal it, but he would rather not enervate her until he knew she wouldn't be in that much pain, and so, Harry pointed his wand into the sky and fired up some red sparks. Madame Pomfrey would be able to properly take care of her, and spot any internal injuries. The teen moved into a crouch, and waited until a teacher arrived on the scene in the form of Professor Sprout. She wasted no time in waving a wand at the unconscious girl, and shooting a questioning look at Harry as Fleur rose to float alongside her. I think she was attacked by someone in here with us. I don't know what happened, I just found her like this, but I'm worried that there might have been a curse or something. He tried to use the killing curse on me, after all. What? It's not important. Crumb knocked him out, just please get Fleur out of here. Fine, but I am going to report this to the headmaster. Sprout exclaimed. Of course. Harry gave a strained smile, and turned away to head towards what must be the center of the maze, since his and Fleur's quarter had converged into a single path at this stage. He wondered where his brother was, and if he'd had as much trouble with this as Harry and the others had. He found out soon enough, as he caught sight of a blue light at the end of a tunnel of darkness. The ethereal teal glow was visible for Harry long before the source, that of the trophy that served as their prize, was in sight. Harry stalked forwards, with his wand in hand, expecting that there would be some final obstacle that he had to face before retrieving the cup. His brother had had the same idea, and Harry believed that it must have been their mother that instructed him, as such as Thomas cast charm after charm on the ground before the goblet in an attempt to uncover whatever obstacle would be blocking his path. On some level, Harry was glad to see that their supposed savior was learning not to be an idiot. Perhaps this tournament had done as much. But the lessening of his Gryffindor traits was not enough to stop Thomas from giving up on the venture upon seeing his hated brother nearing the prize, and so Harry was certain that he would have to use an obscure tact. The easiest solution would be to stun his brother and grab the cup, but Harry was certain that the cup was magical. It would likely disrupt any spells that passed too close, and a stunner, or any spell, would have to pass within inches of it to travel from Harry to Thomas. Another method that would probably work would be to charm a chunk of earth to fly at his brother, and recreate the effects of a stunner. If Harry did not have a choice, he would go with that, but one wrong move on Thomas's part and the earth would strike him on the head. That could kill him, and Harry expected his death would go down poorly with the general public, which added to own reluctance to have the blood of someone who wasn't really deserving on his hands. Thomas was an arsehole, but he was neither evil nor a threat to Harry's life or that of his pack. A Patronus. A direwolf, as would be the form of the mist since that was Harry's most recently used transformation, would scare the shit out of Thomas, but he might have the presence of mind to grab the cup before he legged it. The same would go for actually transforming into one of his scarier three, since Thomas could take the cup first. Although, if he had managed to perfect that by this point, maybe Thomas would be shell-shocked enough to take pause at the sight. Hypotheticals were useless, though, and so Harry dismissed it. His smallest form, though Harry reached the conclusion that that would work, and dropped into a crouch with a slight grimace at the promise of the discomfort of changing into the falcon. It felt strange simply because it required shrinking instead of growing. If forced to describe it, Harry supposed he might liken it to the feeling during apparition of being squeezed through a tube, although it was certainly less unpleasant than the first time Harry was sidelong apparated. Without a sound, Harry's human 6 feet form shrunk and distorted and he was replaced by the slightly under 2 feet form of his peregrine falcon. He took to the air a second later on silent wings, just in time as Thomas happened to glance down the corridor that Harry had been stood in seconds prior. He did not, however, look up as he cautiously cast another spell on the stand that actually held the cup with his eyes narrowed. Harry wondered whether that meant Thomas could feel that he was being watched. It would make sense for that to be his motive for abandoning caution, and moved to hover over the cup with 2 flaps of his wings. Harry squawked, and Thomas looked up to see the small bird falling with its wings tucked. His eyes widened in recognition from years prior, and his mouth jaw dropped. Then, the bird shifted to his brother, and Thomas panicked. His hand darted forwards as Harry's own approached the top of the trophy. The 2 Potter brothers took a hold of the cup at the same time, and both let out a curse as they felt the familiar tug on their navel. Neither was very good with magical transportation. Why hadn't they been warned that it was a portkey? Harry rolled as he slammed into the ground at whatever point they had been taken to, and growled, a low, dark sound as he caught the scent of death. Thomas, Harry began, as he shoved himself to his feet. Be careful, we aren't in Hogwarts anymore. He instructed. Kill the spare. A voice rasped. Harry spun on the spot to find the source. A bad move. Avada Kedavra. A woman's voice shrieked. A jet of green light met Harry Potter's chest, and he fell like a puppet whose strings had been cut. If he had been able, Harry would have screamed. He would have begged death to take him. Would have roared his regret that he had chested the being and pleaded for forgiveness for the act, because, surely, that was the reason that he was reliving this experience. How could anything hurt this much? Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. The sharpened, magical diamond was slick in a 12-year-old Harry Potter's hand, slippery from the blood that coated it as he cried his pain to the cavern in which he currently resided. His left hand shook as it pressed against the floor and pushed his magic into the rock in its natural, chaotic form. It took all of his concentration to maintain the siphoning of his energy, but it was more necessary than anything Harry had done hitherto. If his connection to the massive rune on which he lay broke, Harry would die. The floor was painted, in the blood of a bear he had hunted earlier in the day, with a large, crude anchor. The same rune as Harry was gouging into his heart at that very moment, his chest plate giving way to the harder substance as the preteen pressed the diamond blade through the bone and dragged the hilt-less knife down in harsh movements, wholly unconcerned as the edges cut into his hand. It was irrelevant in the face of his soul being forcefully restrained, being chained to his mortal shell, as Harry's entire being centered around that agony. Any other pain paled in comparison. Harry could not remember why he had chosen to do this, forgot the fact that he had gotten the urging, presumably from whatever being blessed him all those years ago, forgot that he would be better able to protect the family that had taken him in if he was not able to be felled by a single sickly green curse, forgot even his hate for his own weakness, including that which was shared by all living things. The animals that wandered the land around his cave, on the plains of Africa, avoided the rocky plains from fear of the pain-filled wails and the pulsating thrums of magic that radiated from the cavern. Harry poured his magic, or that of it that was not focused on the runes below him, into the diamond, and the gemstone was flooded with deep blue coloring as the energy spread throughout. Harry would not have believed that his pain could increase but, as his raging magic spread into his heart and corrupted his blood, he found that he had been wrong. He found that every fiber of his body was pulled apart, that his nerves were isolated, and each was subjected to a unique torture. His cries stopped, and were replaced by strangled gasps as he felt death's shadow looming. Then, the shade was pushed back, and Harry felt nothing as he lay on the rocky ground and fell into Morpheus' warm embrace. By the time he woke, his chest would have recovered and turned back to its ordinary state instead of that of the mangled mess it currently consisted of. Harry would, however, be exhausted magically, physically and mentally. He would barely crawl to the corpse of his cat forms, kill and choke down some of the raw meat. Not an appetizing prospect when he was in his human form, but it would provide enough sustenance to keep him alive until he could scratch a fire rune into the ground and scorch it to a more pleasing meal. He remembered why he had done it, Then, and the memory of the agony began to fade to give way to more important matters. The trip here had been long, even with his animals' forms and magical transport available, and so Harry needed to return to England as soon as he had the energy available. Harry felt drawn to the plains of Africa. It was a place where one could almost believe the wild still ruled, instead of being usurped by man. Harry had been left where he fell, and he sat up with a quiet gasp and cracked his neck before raising his right hand to press the heel against his forehead. He found himself looking at blood-stained fingernails and forgot about the headache he now had. With a grimace, he realized what that meant and looked down at his bloody chest. He had tried to claw the heart, and with it the anchoring rune, out of his body. Harry moved his hand to the forearm of his left arm and activated the healing rune again. The drain was not significant enough to forego repairing the damage as blood streamed down his torso. Wait, where was he? He had a strange feeling that he should be rushing to do something. Harry cast his mind back. The tent, for the night before the third task, Harry listed, thinking to himself. Leaving the tent. Daphne coming up to Mia, a key. Arguing, another key. Picking a number, going into the hedge maze, the Sphinx in her riddles, Scroots myself, fighting myself, Gabrielle and Fleur. F. K. He looked wildly around for the girls. Where were they? No, Merlin's shit. No wait, Gabrielle was a boggart, and Fleur was rescued by Professor Sprout. They were fine. So, where was he? My brother was there next to the cup. Yeah, next to the cup. We grabbed it at the same time and it was a portkey. Then I got hit by the killing curse. Question is, who hit me? I doubt Thomas would be willing to use such dark magic, after all. Harry spotted the cup lying a few meters away from him. Obviously Thomas was still in the immediate vicinity, then. Where, though? With the one that tried to kill Harry. The elder Potter cautiously rose, and stood on shaky legs. It was the first time he'd been hit by the killing curse, and so he had no doubt it'd take a while to recover. Hopefully, he'd not find out whether it got better with repetition. Why the F.K. was he in a graveyard? Creepy. Then, a cry of agony reached him, and Harry's neck snapped into that direction. The resulting head rush told him that he was in no condition to be fighting, and he dropped to his knees heaving. Nothing came up, and Harry rolled onto his back again with a moan of pain. He sat up again, and his hand found his wand. It would not do to get into a duel, but he could do something to help the poor bastard, likely Thomas, so the emphasis was on bastard, getting tortured. If only Harry had his playing cards with him. Without that resource, he'd have to make do with what was readily available, and he moved to a ruined gravestone and began collecting the smaller pieces of debris. It was with a shaky hand that he began carving runes into the stone, but they were simple enough to do the job. Harry rose again, with the stones stuffed into his pockets or cradled in his arms, and this time slowly limped over in the general direction of his brother's shrieks. Had he been in better condition, he would have noticed the musky, feminine scent that followed him, its owner having been drawn by the sound of retching even as her fellow Death Eaters had been entranced by the boy who lived being tortured. The now pale black-haired teen hid behind a tombstone, piling some of the rocks in front of him, and he peered over at a tall, pale, serpentine man standing in front of a group of cloaked and masked wizards and one gasping, twitching Potter. Harry scowled as the wizard flicked his wand at Thomas again, with a hissed Crucio, and Thomas squirmed and shrieked. Harry disliked, detested even, his brother, but could not see a reason to be torturing him. The other wizards did nothing to help the 14-year-old, so they must be in cahoots with the torturer. That gave Harry peace of mind, as he took a hold of one of the rocks at the top of the pile and drew back his hand. Bellatrix watched, fascinated, as the pretty teen launched a rock at one of the sniveling Death Eaters, wondering if there was something special about the projectile, and giggled as the man's head exploded. The boy, unaware of her presence, threw another just as the others took note of the death of their comrade, and she leapt forwards. The rock hit another, and a large, invisible blade swept across the back of his neck. It must have severed the spine, as the man fell forwards instantly. Harry did not have time to throw another as a small hand appeared under his chin and pushed his head up as its partner pressed a wand against his throat. His Adam's apple bobbed as a small cut appeared under the tip, and a woman's voice murmured something to him. Naughty, naughty, Harry felt a shiver run down his spine, as her breath tickled his ear. You're interrupting my lord, handsome. You have an over-eager audience, my lord. The unknown woman then announced. An audience. The serpentine man hissed, annoyed to have his attention taken away from the boy who lived he had not. In fact, noticed that 2 of his inner circle members had died. He was so engrossed in his fun. Crimson eyes flicked over to Bella, and those present were witness to something very few had seen, as the Dark Lord's eyes widened in shock. You, my lord. Bella's tone took on one of just detectable concern. How? Voldemort's long legs carried him quickly to stand in front of Harry, and his gaze was a strange one. Harry would almost have called it reverent, had he not been fearing for his life. He could survive the killing curse, he could not survive getting his head cut off, or even having his throat slashed. How are you alive? He asked, raising a hand and touching Harry's cheek as if to check he was not a ghost. Harry did not answer, as he tried to shrink away and pushed Bellatrix back slightly. She hissed her own annoyance, but was not willing to interrupt her lord. Answer. The Dark Lord barked, and his hand snapped across Harry's face, backhanding him and throwing the teen away from Bellatrix. How are you alive? When no answer was forthcoming, he raised his wand again. Crucio. And Harry's bones were on fire as he roared his pain to the sky. While not as bad as being forcefully kept on this world, Voldemort's Cruciatus curse was 50 times worse than Crumb's, and the agony was overwhelming to Harry's drastically weakened form. Then, the pain was gone, and Voldemort's tone was calm again. How are you alive, Harry? How do you know my name? Harry growled back. Tisk, do you really think I would not have my spies inform me of the second Potter champion? One who hates his family and, if rumor is to be believed, thwarted my younger self during the chamber incident. Younger you or Voldemort? Harry asked, in a weak tone, as he sat up and slowly rose to his feet. Intelligent, as well, Voldemort noted, still staring at the boy who had survived the killing curse. Pretty. What was that, Bella? Voldemort asked his lieutenant. He is pretty, my lord. Bella lowered her head. Voldemort sneered at the notion, and ignored the interruption. You would make a fine addition to my ranks, Harry. He nodded to himself. You could fight those you hate so badly. Not going to happen. Harry shook his head, and winced at the headache that made its presence known. And why not? Voldemort asked, amicably, seeming genuinely curious. You do not hold any love for the Potters, nor Dumbledore. They abandoned you, they left you to die. But they don't beat children. Harry bit back, with venom. Nor do I, Voldemort shook his head. Your men do, and I would kill them all for that crime, if your crazy pet hadn't grabbed me. You, on the other hand, kill them. Harry interrupted, and heard angry mutterings from the Death Eaters around him for interrupting the man. This was a stupid thing to do, but Harry only needed enough time to get enough power to activate a few of his runes, then he could escape. Hopefully, Thomas would have thought to get moving back to the cup already. Which I do not find as abhorrent, but is still entirely unjustified by the bullshit propaganda you spew. Bullshit propaganda. Now, Riddle's eyes sparked with curiosity even as he narrowed them for show, his sanity holding true at the possibility to find out how to survive the killing curse. Immortality, how he craved it. You are a blood traitor, then. He hissed, though there was little genuine anger that Harry could hear. He waved his wand, and Harry was thrown backwards, and only stopped when his back met a tall tombstone. Voldemort stalked forwards, and his eyes bore into Harry's. Legilimens. He hissed, and began his assault on Harry's mind. He missed the vicious victory in the teen's eyes as he did so. Voldemort's mind stabbed forwards, expecting to meet resistance from the talented wizard, and his thoughts took on a tone of surprise as he found none. Instead, he stood, in the middle of a strange jungle. One that was cloaked in darkness. That was odd, he noted, as he looked around for signs that this was a memory in, presumably, the form of a younger Harry Potter. It must have been especially important if Harry's mind had pulled him to it, and Voldemort found himself needing to know why. He had been looking for an explanation, and he had come here. This must be the place he would learn it. Riddle turned, as he heard a growl, and found himself facing a massive cat of some kind, one whose ebony fur blended into the starless night around them. He involuntarily shivered. The elder Potter child must have encountered such an animal, and Voldemort wondered how he had survived such an encounter. Then, it lunged forwards, and its jaws closed around Riddle's throat. The Death Eaters watched, horrified, as their lord stumbled backwards with his hands going to his neck with a startled gasp and his magic spiking. Bellatrix instantly leapt forwards, her face distorted into concern, and was at Voldemort's side in a second. "My lord," she exclaimed, then turned her attention onto the boy who was grinning at him. "What did you do?" she demanded. No answer came, and she brandished her own wand. "Crucio." Harry grit his teeth, and let out a moan of pain, but did not cry out. His healing rune was already working overtime, shown by the fact that his left pectoral now only showed red scratches as a sign that he had been injured, and her Cruciatus was not as potent as her lord's, though it was King strong. She relented her assault, as an icy cold hand touched her arm. "My lord?" she asked, and Voldemort waved her away. She, obediently, stepped back, and Voldemort's gaze moved back to Harry. "Interesting," he remarked, of the boy in front of him. "How did you survive the killing curse?" he asked, in Parseltongue. Off. Harry returned, in the same language, and Voldemort's mouth twisted into the imitation of a smile. Then, it faltered as Harry's hand whipped to his own chest, and a blinding light ignited. A second later, a hand slammed into Voldemort's abdomen, and he fell to the floor, frozen. Next to him, Bellatrix fell to the floor, as well, with a muted thud. Harry fell to his knees next to them, and pressed his hand against the ground with a grunt of frustration. The rune he was using to paste runes onto other surfaces required him to shed the glamour-like disguise he always wore, and he did not like people to see him as he really was. The ground where he touched it grumbled, and rose into a wall. Harry gasped, shuddered, and stumbled away from the prone forms of Voldemort and Bellatrix, his breathing ragged. While his body had mostly recovered from the strain, Harry's core was far from replenished. The two sinister magicals watched him scramble away just as the complex patterns covering his back began to fade to tanned skin once more, following Harry raising his hand to press against the inverted eye in the center of his chest. Seconds later, the two felt whatever magic had been binding them lift, and rose angrily to follow. With a furious hiss that carried over the sound of his subordinates casting, Voldemort ordered the Death Eaters to follow with strict orders to stun. The Death Eaters assumed that Lord Voldemort wanted to kill the teen himself, likely after some torture. This was a mistake on the part of one in particular, whose brother's head had been blown clean off by Harry. As Harry weaved his way through the graveyard, ducking behind gravestones and stumbling, he felt panic rise within him. Harry should have done something to avenge his grandparents, but trying to fight Voldemort would end in his death, and he didn't hate the Dark Lord, no matter how despicable the man was. Harry, on some level, understood the man. More than Dumbledore did, he was sure. Harry reached his brother in the nick of time, as he felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. Thomas was leaning over the cup, preferring to wait for Harry but ready to leave at a moment's notice, and Harry was grateful that he had that method of escape. He lunged forwards, and grabbed the cup in tandem with his younger sibling just as a stunner passed through the space that had contained Harry James Potter. Harry had never been so happy to feel the familiar tug of a fish hook on his navel. When the two appeared before a silent crowd, their absence having been noticed, Thomas was the first to speak. Voldemort," he gasped, as Dumbledore rushed over. Behind the headmaster, Minister Fudge's eyes widened. "No, I do not believe that I phrased it as a question. I don't give a damn if you phrased it as a question, the answer is still no. You will. I won't. You will drink this, Mr. Potter, even if I have to force it down your throat." "You're bluffing." "Am I?" "Obviously you are. First, I'm a student, you can't force me to drink one of your foul concoctions, that would be a violation of your contract. Second, you couldn't even if you wanted to. I assure you, I have encountered students more stubborn than you, Mr. Potter, and you all cave eventually. You will not leave this hospital wing until you drink this potion unless you force my hand and I have to send you to St. Mungo's. The healers there would argue that I should do so anyway, but the headmaster has requested that you be kept on Hogwarts ground for the time being to prevent your being mobbed by the press." Fleur suppressed the urge to laugh at the sight in front of her. Standing toe-to-toe with Harry, who had just stood unflinching in front of Lord Voldemort himself, was the elderly matron of Hogwarts. While toe-to-toe was an apt description, eye-to-eye was nowhere near. Harry stood about a foot taller than Madame Pomfrey, and looked down at her with narrowed eyes as she stood between he and the exit to the dreaded hospital wing. The woman returned the glare with at least double Harry's intensity, and Fleur bit her knuckle as she watched the healer point to a bed on one wall, and Harry's gaze flicked to it. The villa failed to hold in her giggle as Harry's shoulders slumped and he began to walk towards the indicated bed. This gained the attention of all three occupants of the room, and Harry, Thomas and Poppy all turned to look at the visitors that were lingering in the doorway with varying degrees of amusement. Fleur believed that James Potter and Sirius Black were seconds away from guffawing when they were pulled back to the present, thankfully, by Lily Potter barging past them, hesitating, and making a beeline for Thomas as Harry's eyes narrowed. James followed his wife, under the scrutiny of his eldest son, and Sirius took a step forward. Harry glared at his godfather as the man looked at him with a concerned expression. Harry dismissed it as an act, and his emerald orbs burned into Sirius. The head of House Black sighed, and followed his friends, who were more used to Harry's resistance to any attempts to reconcile and so settled for shooting none too subtle looks at Harry as he ignored them. Ron and Hermione joined them by their friend's bed, and Thomas grimaced at the attention he was getting. Unlike his brother, he was confined to his bed due to the aftermath of the torture curse, and Hermione and his mother took this to mean that they needed to fuss over him. Harry's glare softened as he looked at his own visitors, and vanished altogether when he saw Gabrielle clutching her sister's hand and looking at him nervously. His head tilted to the side, and his brow furrowed in concern as he detected a hint of fear in the small girl, and then her face broke out into a grin and she tugged Fleur forwards. Harry's eyes moved to Fleur, and his frown returned. "I would have thought that Pomfrey'd have you hostage too," he remarked, glancing at the matron. "Non. She treated me on Z side of Z sixth task." The tall French girl shook her head, and continued at Harry opening his mouth to continue. "I would, avenue been taken to Z, hospital wing, but I believe she forgot in Z commotion." Harry nodded after a moment, and moved his gaze to those that weren't being dragged forwards by little Vilas. Harry's eyes met Daphne's, and he saw more than a hint of nervousness that he tried to alleviate with a, no doubt strained, smile. Her posture seemed to relax, and she gave him her own strained smile before he moved to the girls that had not at him before the task. The emotion that he saw in them was more understandable, if unjustified. He had not gotten the chance to assure them of his help before he was carted to the castle, and so they were worried for his health. "I'm fine," Harry said, in a soft tone. "There's nothing to w. You are not fine," Poppy Pomfrey interrupted. "Your core is almost drained, and you are recovering from the cruciatus. Both of you." Lily Potter gasped something that Harry didn't quite catch over the furious, wordless shout of Andrew Greengrass, the similar exclamation from James Potter, and the carrying growl of Sirius Black, while his friends stared blankly at him, not quite comprehending what they'd just been told. Thank heaven for Gabrielle, who did not know what the matron had just said and took the opportunity to launch herself at Harry with a musical laugh that only increased when he caught her and moved her to sit in his arms. "Mama said that you were injured, Harry," she complained. "But you seem fine. Why are they saying that you're hurt?" "It's just a misunderstanding, Angel. I exerted myself a little too much magically, and now they need to keep me under observation for a while." He half lied. The little girl that he was holding accepted his word, and leant against his shoulder as Harry grimaced. "I'm sorry, sweetie, but your sister and my friends need to yell at me a little. I have to put you down." He moved over to the bed next to his designated sleeping area and set her down. The girl complained, but he just grinned at her as her mother and father came over to subdue the little Vila. "We are glad to see that you are okay, Harry." Apolline kissed him on the cheek, after speaking in an affectionate tone, and drifted over to her daughter's side. "Ari," Sebastian began, in a more serious tone. Avenue Z records from the bracelet I gave you before Z task. It was lucky you were wearing it as Avenue been able to give Z proof to Z British ministers that you were taken. E refused to believe me, so I can only hope that others will be more prepared to believe. Z word of a Frenchman. But either way I will give it to my superiors at Z French ministry. We, at Z very least, will begin to prepare for his return." "That's good to hear. Thank you." Harry smiled at Lord Delacour, who nodded somberly in response. "And I'm sorry about the ministry, it's messed up, but there are quite a few bigots in high places," he said apologetically. "Does that mean that Dumbledore and Fudge are still talking?" Sebastian nodded. "I believe they are going to follow shortly, but your Headmaster is attempting to calm Fudge before they do so. He is most outraged by the claims that Mr. Potter made, though I cannot say why, he is so adamant against the possibility." Harry nodded slowly, as Sebastian moved over to his youngest's bed and Harry's other visitors recovered enough from their surprise to come closer. It seemed, to Harry, that they made some kind of silent agreement not to ask what happened. Harry would inevitably have to tell the story several times today, and they would be here to listen to it at that time. "Andrew, can I have a word?" Harry asked, seriously. The man's eyes widened ever so slightly, and he nodded with curiosity in them. "What's the matter?" the man asked. "I don't know what to say to the minister, and was wondering what you can tell me about him. Is there any chance that he would rise to the occasion and start preparing for the attacks that are going to come?" Harry was fairly certain that he knew the answer, but if there was even a chance that he misjudged Fudge, he was certainly going to take it. Andrew smiled sadly. No, I'm afraid there isn't. He would never admit that Voldemort's back based solely on your word. The Dark Lord would have to appear in front of his face before Fudge would consider doing so. The only way to guarantee action would be if he appeared in front of Fudge and everyone else in Wizarding Britain. As Andrew said this, Harry became aware of the fact that he had not moved far enough away from the others. While the Potters and their ilk could not hear what was being discussed, the rest of his own visitors were leaning forwards to better hear what was being said. The black-haired teen shrugged slightly. It wasn't a big secret that Fudge was a god-awful minister. The only hope Harry had held was that maybe, just maybe, he would be able to thrive in a wartime government. Great. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Did you hear his feelings on what Thomas said when we reappeared? I heard snippets. I'm afraid my attention was elsewhere at the time, but he was muttering about brainwashing and insanity. Something to do with Dumbledore, but I'm sure his paranoia hasn't had time to fully formulate whatever imagined slight he's going to come up with. Right, so backing up Thomas on the matter won't do me any good, Harry assumed, with a bitterness to his voice. Any idea what I should do? He asked, slightly weary. I'm not sure. Andrew grimaced. I suppose that I could help you make an attempt at claiming your seats on the Wizengamot even though you're far younger than common. Harry remembered, vaguely, that it was a convention that nobody sat on the council before they were 35. Andrew had not been on it for more than a few years. That wouldn't make them any more willing to hear my case. Harry shook his head. They'd be outraged at my audacity, and you'd probably be pressured to resign for suggesting it. Maybe with the support of other lords. Andrew, reluctantly, looked at the two English lords, other than himself and Harry, that were in this room. I know you'd be reluctant to ask them for help, but together we may be able to muster up enough support. No, Harry replied, his voice taking on a slightly icy tone. Then, he forced himself to relax and gave proper justification. Besides, I'd have to declare all of my lordships, right? He asked, and had his thought confirmed by a nod. Can you imagine the prophet getting wind of that? Especially while I'm still at school. I have no trouble being a little feared, but the Muggle-borns would start dropping out. Harry said, with a hint of amusement. Right, I hadn't thought of that. Andrew soon enough made the connection that Harry meant House Lucifer. I am sure that there's a solution, but we're running out of time. Maybe I don't know, maybe you could climb out of the window. Or hide. Fudge is pathetic, but it would not do to have him against you. Any minister can be a formidable opponent, and you've yet to be trained in politics. And I'm certainly not naturally gifted in it. Harry finished the thought. His entire personality was prone to fluctuating, especially his temper, and the idea of being trapped in a dusty courtroom for hours on end was repulsive to him and all of his animal instincts. The avians, especially, craved freedom. Being confined to the castle on occasion was bad enough. The two males fell into silence. One was thinking hard, trying to sum up with something that Fudge would want to hear and that would help the situation at hand, while the other was contemplating running. He might not be able to shift into an animal form just yet, given that his energies were very much thrown off by his brush, or maybe head-on collision was the better description, with death. If Pomfrey would just leave for a moment, Harry felt confident that he could sneak out. If necessary he might be able to summon enough strength to pass through the wall. Alas, though, the matron was not taking her eyes off him unless it was to flick to Thomas and back again. I have a suggestion, a girl's voice spoke up, and Harry looked to Daphne with a barely suppressed grin. While he was not gifted in the art of politics, the Ice Queen of Slytherin was. Unlike Harry, all she needed to do was get her temper in check and then she'd be a force to be reckoned with. The greengrass heiress looked forward to gathering dirt on the other purebloods, and would be excellent at blackmail. That was a strange compliment to give, but undeniably true of the ruthless girl. Go ahead, Daphne. Andrew smiled at his daughter, and Daphne rose to walk over to Harry. The girl, upon reaching her friend, stood on her tiptoes and rose to whisper her thought process. Harry felt her breath tickle his ear, and his eyebrows rose at hearing the plan, slightly annoyed that he had not thought of what now sounded rather simple. He did not have time to share it with Thomas Potter, though, and so Harry would have to throw the boy under the bus, so to speak, through inaction. The doors banged open, and Minister Fudge stormed into the room. Dumbledore followed, at a sedate pace, a second later. Even with Fudge marching, and Dumbledore treating it as a leisurely stroll, the longer legs of the headmaster allowed him to not fall far behind. Minister, if you would not mind, I would like to ask my students for their retelling of the events. Dumbledore suggested. He gained his response in the form of a grunt, and Dumbledore nodded his thanks to the plump man. Thomas, if you would begin. Thomas did as he was asked, and Harry listened to the retelling of the events in the graveyard with bated breath that was released upon a certain sentence being uttered. And then Bellatrix Lestrange hit Harry with a weird spell. I didn't recognize it, but it knocked him out and must have drained his core. The younger teen's eyes flicked to his brother, who was looking at him in surprise, and Thomas nodded subtly at him. Harry guessed that he did not notice the disbelief in the eyes of Hermione Granger, sat at his bedside, or the look of confusion on Sirius. Then, Thomas went on to describe how Bella and Romtail restrained him against a gravestone, and then Bella cut his forearm and flicked the blood into a cauldron at the center of the graveyard. Wormtail had tossed some bones in after them, and then Bellatrix had grabbed the rat and cut off his arm. A disfigured baby that could speak had been dropped into the pot, and a tall, pale man had risen from the cauldron. He had introduced himself as Voldemort, had Death Eaters arrive and gave a speech to them, and then proceeded to torture Thomas for an unknown period of time. Harry had arrived and caused a distraction, and Thomas had made a break for the cup, waiting for Harry to arrive or for him to be forced to leave. Harry had shown up, and they'd come back courtesy of the portkey that the Death Eaters had left in place. Each time the word Voldemort was used, Fudge flinched. And you expect me to believe that they simply left the means to your escape lying on the floor? Fudge demanded, his skeptical tone bordering on insulting. The reason that it only bordered was quickly made clear. Lord Potter, I would ask that you have words with your son. He is lying to the minister himself. I did not raise a liar, minister. James stood, with a stone mask that Fudge had seen on any number of insulted lords. And I do not take kindly to your accusing a member of my household of such without proof. I being a member of a noble house does not excuse spreading lies of the return of a Dark Lord. Fudge regained his outrage after only a moment of hesitation. I will not tolerate such horrific rumors in a time of uncertainty such as this. Your son is obviously attempting to increase his diminishing fame by using the Death Eater activity last year. If your misguided children do not cease, your family name will be tarnished. He half threatened, choosing his words so that he had not made a direct threat, instead stating what he viewed as fact. I am not lying, Thomas exclaimed. How dare you accuse my son? Lily was now on her feet. If he says that Voldemort, the minister flinched, has returned, then he has. Ask our eldest, if you do not have enough proof. Harry was sat on the end of his bed now, waiting his turn. Is this true, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked, curious as to Harry's answer. A man claiming to be Voldemort attacked me. Yes, Harry nodded. Claiming. Thomas voiced his outrage at that wording, surprising Harry by catching it. I would not know if he was Voldemort or not, Harry shrugged. I do not have a cursed scar, and have never met him. He explained, under the headmaster's gaze. But I saw both Bellatrix Lestrange and Peter Pettigrew, who are known Death Eaters. That, at the very least, implicates Death Eater involvement. Fudge did not know what to make of this, evidently, and did not take the olive branch Harry was extending. No, this is nothing but the ramblings of two schoolchildren, Fudge yelled, furious. One of whom hungers for fame after so long in a spotlight that is dimming all of a sudden, and the other craves acceptance from his family after being rejected for so long. He insisted. It is pathetic. At this, he drew a sack of galleons, magically shrunken to not be cumbersome, and dropped it on the floor. How dare you? Lily Potter objected, not looking over at her eldest son, whose posture had slackened. We would never manipulate Harry like that. We want nothing more than for him to come back. Sirius Black lunged forwards, as Lily's wand appeared in her hand and she raised it. The Lord wrestled it away from her in time for the minister to storm out of the medical center in the same fashion as he had entered. Enervate, Andrew Greengrass whispered, in the suddenly quiet room, and Harry woke with a jerk and a snarl that quickly turned to confusion. What the? Were you stunned me? He accused the man, who was still gripping his shoulder. We couldn't risk you attacking the Minister of Magic, Harry. That would end badly for everyone involved, especially when you were forced to go on the run or risk being thrown into Azkaban. Harry opened his mouth, and then closed it with a grunt of annoyance when he was unable to refute the argument. But I am sorry, Harry. I wish I had not needed to do so. Yeah. Harry shrugged him off, a tad grumpy but not likely to hold a grudge for the spell since it was cast by Andrew. Did anything important happen while I was out? Harry asked, his tone a slight growl still. Not particularly, Daphne shook her head. Mrs. Potter attempted to attack him, but that was foiled as well. Harry acknowledged. Harry. Thomas Potter spoke up. Yeah, Harry asked, almost dismissively, as his eyes flicked to Thomas and saw Hermione moving away from where she was whispering something in his ear. Why did you save me? He asked, as though his mouth was unused to forming the words. Lily and James were not subtle in their own curiosity, nor their hope, as they turned to focus on their eldest son. You were being tortured, Harry answered, in a tone that strongly suggested that he thought Thomas an idiot for having to ask. But you hate me, he half-asked. So, was Harry's response. So why would you save someone you hated? Why would you risk your life for the brother that's always been a bastard to you? Nothing like being tortured, and very nearly being murdered to change one's outlook on the past. Harry frowned at him, and thought on the reason. Why had he saved Thomas? You don't deserve to be tortured. He shrugged. Or anything else they might have done to you. Thomas, James, Lily and Ron paled somewhat at that. What do you mean? What else would they have done? Hermione spoke up in a slightly frustrated tone, at not understanding the hint. Many purebloods that run in the old circles are rumored to have certain perversions. Harry grimaced. It is extremely unlikely that Voldemort would, as he detests the emotion of love, but some of his followers swell. There are reports of things like that happening in the war. Things like what? Hermione asked, wanting more emotion and receiving unnerved looks from most of those in the room. Rape of women was the most common, but there were instances of men being beeped, as well. Boys were more common than full-grown, but well. Harry looked ill, as he glanced at his brother. The boy who lived would be a prize, to many of them. Even if Voldemort killed him, that would not stop them all. There were instances of abuse after death. Hermione, too, was looking green around the gills by now, and Harry stopped talking. It would probably be a bad idea to mention, to the mundane born, that many of them had passed their habits onto the children that attended Hogwarts, or make mention of the fact that many of them had fallen down flights of stairs during Harry's time at school. Mr. and Mr. Potter, Dumbledore changed the subject. I would like to let you know that I will be announcing the return at the final feast of the year. He said. I said this because it would be wise for you to prepare for the inevitable questions that will come your way. Harry met the man's eyes, and Dumbledore looked at him speculatively, his thoughts focused on Harry's answers to the questions Hermione and Thomas offered. Thank you for the warning, Headmaster, Harry nodded. If there is nothing else, I would like to get some sleep. Harry was sat in the center of the Slytherin table, with Daphne, Tracy and Fleur, with an air of discomfort at the icy look on both Daphne and Fleur's face. He was aware of the fact that he needed to somehow sort the situation between the two out, but well, he had no idea how to go about it. He had not been expecting a key from either end, as was always the case in things regarding human concepts, and marriage was what Harry associated with key. Dating in any other form of romance, he did not make any attempt to look at it from the point of view of the majority of his instincts. That would end poorly, he was sure. Animal he may be, but his humanity could combat the more worrying instincts. Harry did his best to ignore the two for the time being, knowing that he was delaying the inevitable, and his eyes wandered around the hall. First, and most interestingly, he looked at the head table, and took notice of a few obvious vacancies. Crouch was gone. Had been for the better part of the year, apparently, after being kidnapped, stripped of everything that could be used in a polyjuice, and killed one night while he was getting roaring drunk after his son's capture, thinking of the inevitable backlash that he would find after the tournament was over. Nobody had noticed the discrepancy, because it wasn't all that difficult to imitate someone as serene as Crouch was, and Harry was quite annoyed by the fact. The Death Eater who took his place had damn near killed him, temporarily, and that would have ked. It also would have led to Thomas's death, with nobody knowing of Riddle's return until he announced it in what Harry was certain would have been a spectacular fashion. What Harry wanted to know was why they were unable to identify the American. How many of them could have been supporters of Voldemort? Of those few, how many could have been devout enough to remove his own eye for the sake of being better able to spy on the competitors in the final task? If any of these had more than one candidate, it was worrying. The land that many of the British ministers still thought of as their colonies was one he and everyone else had assumed was beyond Tom's reach. The magical community was limited over there, and that was not what was concerning to Harry, but the non-magical. The mundane community was more worrying. The idea of Voldemort's agents wising up to the weapons they had was enough to make him lose sleep. Chances were, they could imperious someone with access to the nuclear launch codes. They wouldn't sink England, with the pureblood population here, but they may well attack a Muggle-rich zone. Thankfully, that would require admitting Muggles were more inventive when it came to, and better at on a large scale, killing people. Harry was brought back to the present by the Great Hall falling silent, and caught the end of Dumbledore's speech. And I am sorry to say that two of our own, Harry James Potter and Thomas Potter, he refrained from using the embarrassing middle name, oddly, but that seemed unimportant as Harry felt a sense of panic rise in his chest. The old man would not be dumb enough to just announce this to a bunch of children, would he? Have witnessed the return of an adversary against whom the entirety of wizard kind must come together to resist, the dark wizard Voldemort. As the elderly wizard paused, to allow this to be processed, Harry's response was heard around the hall. Son of a bi.ch. Dash opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. Harry's mood had not been improved by Minerva McGonagall berating him for his outrageous language, and so he was pacing back and forth, with a permanent snarl marring his face, later that night. Later, Harry would be unable to say what floor his feet had carried him to. He had been unable to sleep, and had not felt like staying down in the dungeons. His inner beasts were restless, knowing the time that he would roam free was fast approaching, and would not accept the confinement. While he, again, could not appreciate the humor in his current state, Harry would be extremely amused the day after by the memory of Mrs. Norris, and how ket up was it that she was apparently married to her creepy-ass owner. Harry didn't want to know what he did with the poor feline confronting him and running away shrieking her fear after Harry growled at her, his hackles rising as if he was in his canine form. The animagus teen's anger was, above all, centered on the harsh cycle of originating from Dumbledore's idiocy, and then furthered by the head of Gryffindor giving him a talking to and, lastly, magnified by the fact that they held sway enough to aggravate him so greatly. That was why he was in his own world as he tried to think of something that would calm him down. Harry must have had a thought that was coherent enough to speak to the castle's magic, as a door appeared on his right, not that it could have appeared on his left, since there was a picture of trolls being taught to dance ballet. The teen turned to it, with a wary frown, and watched it with his head tilted to the side to show some curiosity as he drew his wand and approached the mysterious room. Dash opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. Harry had been roaming the halls for the better part of an hour, before he found himself entering the room of requirement, and his absence had been noticed by two own girls who had been sat alone in the Slytherin common room. All others had retreated to their rooms due to the icy aura around the two, even Tracy, who was rather used to the tension between Daphne and Fleur, had chosen to retreat to a safer area. This, however, did not mean she was willing to give up on talking to Harry once he came back, nor was she willing to wait until the morning to do so, as by that time Fleur and Daphne would have done Merlin knows how much damage, and so had chosen the room in which she now sat. Harry's black and green, king-sized bed was very comfortable, and Tracy had only kept herself from crawling under the covers for this long through sheer force of will. The brunette could safely say that Harry would not mind, or he would not have given her free leave to enter the room, but she needed to keep an eye on the map on the bedside table in front of her, to see when Harry would return from his adventure lest he be thrown to the stressed-out owned. Why were they so stressed, anyway? They were the two that had actually gotten to Key. Harry, after all, which was pretty darn unfair in her mind, and they were acting like Harry was the one in the wrong. They had both Key. Him, his first two Key. Tracy knew, right before a task in which his life was in danger, and they were annoyed with him because he had not sought out the conversation that would no doubt K. At least they were nice enough to not confront him in the couple of days in which Harry was confined to the hospital wing. Knowing her friend, Harry would have considered jumping out of the window to escape. If McGonagall was so angry about him swearing in the middle of the Great Hall, imagine how angry she would be if he had smashed one of the windows. Tracy's head began to droop, and she jerked upright, slapping herself to bring herself back to the present before trying to rub the sleep out of her eyes as she watched Harry's dot quickly stalk through the hallways of the 6th floor. She failed, and rested her chin on her fist as the world began to blur and darken as she drifted off. Tracy sat up, with a start, as the door to Harry's room opened with a bang and drew her wand. The wizarding weapon was pointing at the door an instant later, and hovered there for a moment, before she registered the voice that was coming from the doorway and the head of Honey Bee, own hair that was the target of her wand. Daphne had grown tired of waiting in the common room, and decided to be proactive. Her annoyance at being followed by Fleur was obvious in her tone, as she spoke to the Silver Bee-owned girl in the hallway next to Harry's room, though it was less significant than the amused tone with which she spoke. "Well?" Daphne asked, with a cruel smirk. "Come on in," she offered. "Why?" Fleur responded, with suspicion. "What will happen?" The French girl hissed her challenge. The Greengrass heiress would not invite her in without good reason. After a few seconds' thought, Daphne replied with her own challenge. "Anyone who enters that Harry hasn't added to the wards will be rejected." Painfully. Her cold, violet eyes locked onto Fleur's blue in a single, perfect eyebrow arched. "Why? Do you not think that Harry would trust you enough to give you permission?" "I do not." Fleur frowned. "I am sure, Ari would, but, East may not, Avenue gotten around to EET yet." She defended, as she hesitated, looking at the door frame in a futile attempt to discern what trap Harry had set on it, or series of traps perhaps. She could vaguely see the runes etched into the wood, but had no eye for the art, and so could not begin to narrow down the effects on her that would come from the trap. It was not likely, from what she knew of Harry and, more importantly his housemates, for him to be overly merciful. Fleur's pride wrestled with her self-preservation as she looked from the magical writing to Daffy's victorious smirk, and her thoughts were running a mile a minute as she debated what the wisest course of action would be. It was not a good thing that, in the battle between the two, Fleur's pride proved itself stronger. She would need to work on becoming less pompous. The realization of her flaw was no help at the moment, and Fleur stepped through the doorway, holding her breath for the reaction of Harry's magic, and scrunched her eyes shut. She waited, with bated breath, for the pain to begin and it didn't. Fleur opened her eyes again, at the sound of a huff coming from her rival, and a smirk of her own spread across her face as she realized what the absence of agony meant, and Daphne's eyes narrowed to warn her not to gloat. Fleur did not, but only because she knew that there were more pressing matters at hand. Instead, the Vila, smirk still present, brushed past the Greengrass heiress. "What are you doing?" a voice asked of the pair, and both Bee-owned girls' heads snapped to the bed, where they found Tracis confused, brown eyes watching them. Daphne got over her surprise first, and decided that Tracy must have been hiding from them in Harry's room, where she could avoid any fights that may or may not have broken out between her and Fleur. Because of this, Daphne answered the question. "I had an idea on how to find Harry, and the froggy vulture over there decided to follow me." Fleur did not refute the general information, though her eyes narrowed at Daphne's term for her, and so Tracy believed the statement. "Okay, and what idea is that?" Tracy asked, as she glanced at the map that had apparently closed itself while she was asleep. "To use the Stalker's map," Daphne said, with a slight wince at the name. Whether Harry meant it as a dig to the fact that the Marauders were creepy, or if he simply did not know the human connotation of the word when he made the magical map. She had never known. She did not like the name, either way. "And see where Harry's dot currently is." Tracy nodded, with slight disappointment, at the validity of the plan, and raised her wand to the sheet of paper. I dutifully inform you that tonight I will hunt, she intoned, and pressed the tip of her wand against the parchment that made up the map. Lines of ink eagerly spread from the point at which it made contact, and Tracy leant over the paper to begin the search from where she had last seen Harry's name. Aha! She announced her success, as she located the wandering animagus in a corridor on the 7th floor. I found him, she continued, explaining her outburst as Daphne hurried over to sit on the mattress next to her best friend. Where? Daphne asked, leaning over next to Tracy and raking her eyes over the parchment in search of a dot. The only one she found, though, was Argus Filch headed down to the 6th floor, and a guy named Charlie Wayne, the Auror on patrol today whom she vaguely remembered as one of the lower-ranked law enforcers that had to walk the castles at night while their bosses slept peacefully. After a few moments of looking, Daphne voiced her confusion. Okay, where did you see Harry? Daphne asked with a frown, turning to the brown-haired girl next to her as Fleur watched the pair search the map. The villa was not close with Tracy, though she held the girl no particular ill will unlike Daphne, and did not want to sit in as close proximity to her as she would have to see the map. Right there, Tracy said, her tone becoming slightly uncertain as she found that the dot had vanished. What the? His dots disappeared. Tracy's own frown came into play here, as she pointed at the spot that had, moments earlier, held Harry's name. Really? Daphne, rightly, was not convinced, and continued. Maybe you were seeing things. I don't think that there are any passages there, after all. She supplied. No, he was definitely there, just moving back and forth in a straight line. Are you sure? Daphne asked, as she stared at the spot. Tracy nodded, and so the owned girl shrugged. Well, maybe Harry's found a new tunnel out of the school, or something. I can't remember, off the top of my head, what's at that point. Was there a strange portrait? Tap dancing giants, maybe. That must be it, Tracy nodded, certain that she had seen Harry there. Harry's map hasn't ever failed before, after all. She reasoned, and then moved her eyes across the map and found the Ravenclaw Tower. There, she quickly found Jasmine and Caroline in their dorm room. Tracy began. I guess Jazz can't sleep. The dot was exiting the bathroom at the moment, and Tracy wondered if they should somehow let them know. Looks like it, Daphne agreed. But we don't have an L to hand, do we? Unless you want to send a Patronus into their dorm with the other girls, we don't have a way to contact them. Unless you want to go up to the Ollery, that is, and I bet Harry would move by the time we'd gotten them, anyway. Yeah, I guess you're right, Tracy nodded uncertainly. I hope they won't be too mad. She knew she would not be happy that the others had excluded her again. It seemed that they were falling apart somehow. Daphne was not exactly sociable, and Harry had always embodied the lone wolf persona. He would avoid social situations that encompassed crowds, and so the girls did not see him as much as they would like. With the addition of Daphne and Fleur's rivalry, not to mention their audacity and dotting Harry, Tracy, Jasmine and Caroline felt like an almost separate group. And Tracy was on the edge even in that, she was a Slytherin while the other two were Ravenclaws. Without the other two, the offset balance made it awkward to socialize. And Tracy was sociable, she needed friends, and that was something she would address with the others over the course of the summer holidays, assuming she built up the nerve after Harry got back. He was always a bit off after his adventures, after all. Well, let's go. Daphne stood, taking the map in one hand and Tracy's wrist in the other, dragging her to her feet and yanking her towards the door. Fleur followed, ignoring the fact that Daphne had deliberately refrained from inviting her. I just wish we had the map, Jasmine sighed, as she sat on the comfortable mattress of her four-poster, and bounced a little, something that would have amused her in another situation. As it was, she simply fell back onto the blue sheets sprawled out as her brow scrunched in thought. I don't know where Harry would be. She exclaimed, to her friend. It was fortunate that they'd erected a privacy ward or the others in their dorm would have been unhappy to be woken, and may have expressed that fact quite actively. We don't even know if he's in the castle. Caroline responded, with her own annoyance at the fact clear. He may well be out in the grounds, or in the forest. That was one of his normal coping mechanisms after all. Or even in the Slytherin common room. Jasmine muttered, with a scowl. Or that. Caroline nodded. Not likely, but it was possible that some idiot had picked a fight with Harry, and that their friend had taken that opportunity to vent. The two fell silent for a minute or two. Both were slightly weary, but were too worried about Harry after the events earlier today, which had piled on top of the stressors he currently had in his life to push him near the brink of his tenuous sanity, to go to sleep. Both were thinking roughly the same thing, in hoping to come up with a way to help their friend. Caroline began, and then stopped to sigh. I think that we should wait till morning. I'm not happy about it, but there's no way for us to find him tonight. Hopefully the others will be in a better position to do so. Jasmine snorted without humor. Because Daphne's ice-cold shoulder is so good for comfort? She asked, slightly bitter that their so-called friend had become even more bi-chi than usual this year. Whether their friendship would be able to continue depended on the summer. Jasmine hoped to do her best to repair the friendship, and firmly believed Tracy and Caroline would do the same, but whether Daphne would reciprocate who knew. Caroline sighed her agreement, and looked at the silver bracelet that sat on her right wrist. Harry had given it to her earlier in the day, before the feast, and made it abundantly clear that he'd be able to keep track of her through it. He had explained the fact that he had his own from the Delacours. Having accepted it as he could easily mess with the runes so that they gave an inconspicuous location, or said he was on the dark side of the moon, and Caroline had accepted the gift as soon as she verified that only Harry would be able to access it. She found herself almost happy with that, but would not have been willing to take it if the Delacours or anyone else could follow her movements. Tracy should do better, Caroline offered, optimistically. Tracy would be far better comfort, most likely, but Jasmine pointed out the obvious flaw with that logic moments later. But Daphne will be with her and, based on why we left them, Fleur will be too. Tracis kind and quite soft-spoken, that was true, and was not meant as any form of insult. Those two aren't. Trace doesn't stand a chance of reining them in. Harry cold if he was in a better state of mind. Caroline shot her own point down. He'd probably just make it worse, anyway. He doesn't register why they fight so much, and would just say something stupid, or stay out of it for the sake of self-preservation. Jasmine loved Harry, but he was very, very dense in social situations, for reasons she didn't quite get. It was almost like his humanity and instincts battled, and the parts that hindered him in human situations came out on top while everything helpful was smothered. He would not be much help if the two came to blows. Orwans. Fine, but can we at least start to plan some way to repair the damage? We have the entire train journey with Harry, after all. I'm sure we can do something to alleviate his stress. At an amused, playfully sultry look, Caroline blushed. Not what I meant. I don't want him to go into that state in such a state. His emotions seem to take control when he turns, and he might develop resentments. She trailed off, with an expression of guilt hidden in the darkness. Resentment. Jasmine tilted her head to one side. What, you mean towards Bumblemore in the by.ch of Gryffindor? Jasmine mostly found the term for McGonagall amusing because of the contradiction between cat and dog, but this time only used it out of habit. I'm pretty sure that's inevitable. He's going to be slandered in the Prophet because of Dumbles, and doesn't hold McGonagall in high enough regard to forgive the dressing down she gave him. Hell, he looked seconds away from punching her when she called him a child. The two knew that probably bothered Harry more than most insults. Well, he envied children. Believed he'd been cheated out of his own childhood. If one of the Potters had called him that, they might not have had a skull by the time Hagrid pulled him off their corpse, at least in the emotional state that Harry had been in at that moment. No, I meant he might start resenting us. What? Caroline could swear she heard her friend's neck crack, as Jasmine turned, suddenly, to look over to her. Why would he resent us? She asked, worry in her tone. We've barely been there for him at all this year. He's been messed with so much, and we've been pulling away. Caroline said, in a tone suggesting self-loathing. Like it's his fault that he's forced into this engagement. We haven't even considered that Harry's probably terrified. That he's just putting up a brave face. He's never been good at crying. Jasmine's silence spoke volumes, and Caroline rubbed at her eyes as she continued her self-criticism silently, and kicked at her cover. She might as well try to get some rest, since the conversation was plainly over now. A place to vent. That's what the room provided for Harry, and he was happy, at first, to have the plain walls that had targets painted onto them. It forced him to focus on casting, and he temporarily forgot his anger, and the desire he held to find the two old F-Kers and express his annoyance with them. Maybe he'd drag his bloody parents there, too, though he wasn't certain why he was including them in his rage at the minute. Hell, why not throw in a few of the effing Death Eaters? He could properly vent on the child-murdering, rapist bastards, while he'd feel that he had to hold back somewhat with the light wizards. What they had done was not as abhorrent, after all. What were their crimes, really? The Potters neglected Harry, and he hated them for it, but if they didn't, then what would have become of him? Would he have grown up to embrace the fame like they had? To become so self-satisfied simply because his brother had managed to survive the killing curse because of his grandparents, who were not given any credit, sacrifice? Would he have met the people he currently cared so deeply for, or would he have mingled with a whole other crowd? That was not a thought that Harry could bear, and so he moved on to the others. Dumbledore. He had been AF. King Idiot, but their country was governed by AF. King Idiot, so there was not a massive amount of logic behind being so angry with the old man. Other than that, and some other instances of incompetence, Harry had not seen much to suggest that Dumbledore was deserving of any real torment. Maybe he suffered from PTSD, or something. There was a reason he was hailed as the man to defeat Grindelwald almost single-handed, because he had. He had fought his way through a horde of followers before the two titans had clashed. The Light Lord had then defeated another incredibly powerful wizards, and that showed just how much skill he possessed. He had killed the other man despite being halfway to magical exhaustion, and so thousands of lives had been saved. But Dumbledore loathed the notion of killing, it had probably taken its toll. And McGonagall. That was entirely Harry's personal opinion. She had done nothing worthy of condemnation, as far as he knew, and had even fought against the Death Eater bastards in the first war against Voldemort. He really should let her off the hook, for being a condescending by.ch, to show that he respected that much. Eventually, he probably would. Even if not, he only had to put up with the shit for one more year. None of that helped. Harry's entire being was full of energy, as he wanted to fight. Wanted to lash out at the world around him. The bullseyes were not enough. Harry sank into a slight crouch, placing his wand onto a table that appeared with a thought, and called the room's magic to his needs. It responded, a moment later, and emerald eyes locked onto emerald eyes and twin sets of teeth bared in a silent challenge. The muscles in Harry's legs twitched, and his clone blinked. Harry leapt forwards, and charged his doppelganger eagerly. The other Harry responded in kind, and the two met moments later in a flurry of movement. If one was to witness the spectacle of Harry's fist cracking into his copy's face, one might suspect that Harry had problems with himself. That he, perhaps, even hated himself more than the other people. That he thought himself, on some level, deserving of the rejection he had grown up with, and expected it to occur once again imminently. If one was to think this, they would be hitting the metaphorical nail on its head. As the doppelganger spun with the blow to his jaw, involuntarily, teeth were flung from his mouth in a glob of blood and it gave a strangled grunt, mixed with a gasp of pain. This was followed up by Harry's left hand, balled into another fist, slamming into not his side. One of the ribs gave way to the punch, and the copy stumbled away, recovering his bearing and ignoring the sharp pain as he raised his own hands in a guard, and growling at Harry. The true Harry was surprised when his clone lunged forwards, having thought it would retreat to get a more defensible position, and so was caught unprepared by the fist that met his face, and bust his nose. Harry lashed out with his foot, and found his mark as he connected with the kneecap of his opponent. Not Harry gave a whimper of pain, as Harry blinked away the tears that had come with his nose being broken, and gritted his teeth as he breathed through his mouth, ignoring the blood that dripped into the orifice as he capitalized on the other Harry limping away from him on a damaged, but not broken, knee without showing his back. Harry made an intimidating figure, as he looked to be snarling a bloody grin. Not Harry, therefore, paid more attention to the bloody teeth than he should have, and was taken off guard by Harry ducking into a crouch, and instantly leaping forward so that his torso ran almost parallel to the ground. His shoulder met the weakened knee, and Harry heard the joint break with a painful snap that was promptly followed by a yelp of agony as Harry's clone fell to the floor. Harry scrambled to his feet, and kicked the broken limb, bringing another muted scream of pain as the door that he had not wished rid of opened unknown to him. Then, Harry was on top of his doppelganger with his fists raised as the other teen brought his hands up to cover the sides of his face. Harry noted that there definitely seemed to be a difference in skill between himself and his copy, before bringing his fists to bear, and setting them to the challenge of repeatedly crunching into his own face. Not Harry was unconscious after the fifth, and Harry stopped hitting him after punch number 9. His chest rose and fell slightly faster than normal, and Harry grunted his gratitude to the room as his doppelganger faded away. Tracy tried to find a silver lining to seeing her friend, who she wished was more, beating an exact copy of himself to a pulp. She really did, but it was extremely difficult. The closest she could come was the fact that Fleur and Daphne would not likely fight for some time after seeing that, but, honestly, she would much prefer that to seeing Harry in this state. Harry tensed, where he was kneeling, and flicked his wrist. His wand sprang from its place on the table, and into his hand as the black-haired teen sprang to his feet, spun, and had the tip, glowing a vivid crimson, trailed on the 3. Then, his eyes widened, and the weapon in his grip shook, and then lowered as his emerald orbs moved swiftly from Daphne, to Fleur and to Tracy, looking for some sign of what they were thinking. Would they be horrified? Would they be afraid? Surely those were the logical reactions that finding him beating a clone of himself to death would inspire. Harry's mind, in the irrational state that it was, went through these two options in the seconds in which he was staring at the 3 girls, and they were staring, shocked, back at him. Harry's jaw clenched, and the girls stayed silent, before his wand dipped and the blood-red glow subsided. Then, a more worrying thought came to Harry's mind. If they hated him, would they attack? He knew that Daphne, at the very least, would be a serious threat. She knew a number of dark curses that Harry, even at his most rational, would avoid at nearly all costs. Tracy stepped forward first, cautious, fully intending to give Harry a reassuring hug, and stopped at the panicked look in his eyes. She opened her mouth to reassure him, and Harry's wand twitched in his grip. Tracy tended used verbal spells. She didn't know many spells that would be useful in combat well enough to use them with a thought. Her more dangerous, creative spells would be spoken. "Harry, please, calm down," Tracy asked, holding her hands up in a placating gesture. "There's no need to be spooked." She used the less than accusatory term on purpose, and continued. "I'm sorry, I should have stayed with you. I should have known that it was a bad idea to let you wander off in this state." She blamed herself. And Harry balked, confused at the fact that she was not blaming him, but herself, and his wand fell to his side once again. Eventually, they would manage to calm him, and convince him that there was no need for the stress he was feeling. Nothing else would be achieved that night, however, and so the conversation that Daphne and Fleur had intended to initiate would have to wait for the train the next day. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. Harry shifted uncomfortably in his seat, at 2 sets of cold eyes peering at him, having just now scared the Malfoy scion to the point that Draco fled with his tail between his legs, with his cronies in tow, without a word being exchanged. The Potter heir, who was also the head of house for 2 lesser-known names, certainly had a stronger will than the bee. Onponsi found so annoying, but Daphne and Fleur's looks were unsettling even to him. Why they were so angry, he didn't entirely understand, but he was willing to bet it had something to do with what happened, or more specifically what the 2 of them had done, before the final task. He was fortunate, to say the least, that they had not cornered him before now. Harry would have considered himself lucky before now, before he was stuck in a bloody train cart with them and 3 other girls who had for some reason agreed to keep out of it, and offer him no help no matter how much he pleaded with them, through his eyes. "You know why we're here," Daphne said, her voice cold as she shot a glance, with more than a little loathing, at the girl to her left. Fleur ignored her, and kept her own face blank as Harry blinked. "You have to stop skating around this," Daphne demanded of her friend and love interest, as Harry was startled by the sudden increase in volume. The 3 girls on the peripheral were, likewise, not expecting the almost yell, and their gazes snapped rather suddenly to their friend. "And by this, you mean?" Harry had a good idea, but Daphne was temperamental enough, at the moment, that he wanted to verify that she was ticked off that he had not responded in any significant way to her key, before he apologized. That was another issue. What was he supposed to do here? Daphne growled, her eyes narrowing, and spoke in a tone expressing her frustration. That you've been playing with the feelings of everyone in this compartment for the past year. We've all made it painfully clear that we have an interest in you, yet you've done naught but avoid having to make that decision. You haven't even spoken about it with us, for Merlin's sake. You're acting like a coward who is afraid to address the mammoth in the room. Harry was brought up short at that, and did not get the chance to respond before the slight segregation of the other three girls shattered and Tracy snapped back at her friend. It was all too common for her to get riled up recently, and the normally kind brunette was beginning to place the blame on Daphne above any other issue. They were best friends, but that just meant that they tended to receive a free pass from the other. With the number of free passes that Tracy had been forced to give, though, it was getting ridiculous. No doubt that was why she berated her friend as she did. Don't call Harry a coward, Tracy ordered, bringing the attention to her, instead of the more striking, though not necessarily beautiful, figure of Daphne. He isn't the one who is blaming another for his own failings, that is you. Why on earth do you have so much trouble realizing that Harry doesn't get what you're going off on one about? She gestured vaguely at herself, Jasmine, Caroline and Daphne. His only friends, how is he supposed to know that the affection we show isn't normal? How can you expect him to realize that when he has no f***ing clue about anything romance-related? He has no more experience in it than we do, and you aren't confident enough to make a move on him or you. You never had the nerve to actually talk to him about dating, or having feelings for him, yet you seem to think that he should. How can you justify that? You, who thinks that the say, should have equal rights in all things, expect Harry to initiate it because he's a man. Or is it just that you're king coward? Because you don't even have the excuse of being damaged, she used a kind term for Harry's state of mind. So why did you wait so long to clarify that you felt that way about Harry? Why did you wait until after he's already been forced into an engagement to him? And why are you yelling at him? What could you hope to gain from alienating him? Tracy asked, finally, with venom in her own tone, as Daphne stared at her best friend who, typically, was rather timid. No response was forthcoming from the Greengrass heiress, and so the group fell silent for a moment, Fleur not daring to speak up lest she make her own mistake that turned the collective glares of the three not-be-owned females in the room from Daphne onto her. Harry, eventually, deduced that he ought to speak since nobody else was. Okay, I'm not going to pretend to understand where this came from, he said, with his confusion in his tone. I didn't know that this issue was a thing, but I'm sorry if I seemed like I was trying to insult you. Or ignore something that mattered deeply. Honestly, I had no inclination to be involved romantically at all before this year. I guess that was a part of my development that was halted a lot by everything, whether that was by his animalistic nature, the subconscious threat of castration that he had learned of thanks to the Muggle father and son he had once overheard, or something else, Harry could not know. What level of interest that being had taken in him, Harry did not know. Maybe a part of its nature had been transferred. Perhaps immortals did not have the desires that humans took for granted, or suppresses them, as their interference would inevitably cause trouble for the mortal world. I didn't mean to upset you with all of this, he said, both to Daphne and the others. Boutea, I didn't know. Maybe you were overt in your interest, but I didn't notice. That's not an area in which I excel. An understatement if ever there was one. Caroline smiled at him, letting her friend and love interest know that it was meant in good humor, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief seeing that she did not seem to be upset, nor did the others come to think of it. Daphne looked lost in thought, and Fleur looked almost as worried as Harry was, but the other three just looked sympathetic to his plight, though that term was less literal, in context, than most of his troubles. But maybe you could give it some thought, she requested. Daphne's manner was harsh, but she wasn't wrong. Caroline sounded rather nervous. Maybe you could try taking us on dates when we come back to school. Just a suggestion. You'll be away for a while, Jasmine noted, looking at the others as she thought something over, and her brow dipped ever so slightly into a frown beneath her uniquely brilliant curtain of hair. Maybe that would be a good time to start thinking on what you feel. Uncertain emerald eyes moved to her, and Harry nodded after a few moments, agreeing that that would be a good course of action. Anything from the trolley, dears? A voice asked from the HLL, and Harry cancelled the muting charm on the door that would not allow noise to escape, but would allow it to enter, relieved that there was a distraction and, so, spending an unreasonable amount on snacks. If they were eating, it was unlikely that the conversation would start again. A few hours later, the train pulled to a stop and, with unreturned goodbyes to the to-be-owned, both of whom just stared at him strangely, Harry turned to the others. "Bye, Trace," he tried to smile at the girl, and may have failed, as he continued. "Don't kill Daphne before I get back. I know she can be a handful, but you'd regret it in the long run." The girl smiled in return, saying that she would try, but would not make any promises, and he turned to the redhead in the group. "See you soon, Caroline." Harry didn't think the name Carol suited his friend, and so rarely shortened her given name. "Have a good time in France." Caroline assured him that she would, and that she would be back long before her visit to Fleur's only being for 2 weeks, whereas Harry typically vanished for 4 to 6, with a small grin as she teased that she's have to put up with Gabrielle's complaints that Harry was not there, and Harry actually laughed at the thought before saying his goodbyes to a pensive Jasmine whose gaze also lingered on him in a contemplative manner. "Look after the house, Jazz," he smiled at the rainbow-haired girl, only for it to falter as she nodded seriously. "I hope you have a good holiday, try not to let them destroy the house, and good luck on your project whatever it is." He knew that that was the only reason for her to be in such an odd state, but Jasmine had not made any mention of a new interest to him and, based on the smile she gave in return, had no intention to rectify that fact. "Goodbye," he said, and Jasmine returned the sentiment. Harry gave the girls slightly uncomfortable hugs, because of what he had learned on the train, asked them to give the others his love, since he could not see either the elder Greengrasses, Astoria, or the Delacours, and vanished into the crowd leaving all his possessions, other than what he had on his back, with his only friends. Harry was looking forward to letting his stress fade away through the hunt that never failed to give him the expected thrill. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. Harry Potter, his clothing torn to shreds thanks to taking a shortcut through a forest of brambles earlier in his annual pilgrimage, was at a relatively sedate pace up the hill on the outskirts of one of the Greengrass homes when he first caught the unsettling scent. One that even an ordinary human would have recognized, though probably not from so far away. Smoke. Where there was smoke, there was fire, and that was the motivating thought in Harry's mind as his walk turned to a run, which then became a sprint, towards the hill's peak. He held hope, for a time, that there was an innocent reason for the smell. Maybe Astoria had discovered the Muggle tradition of bonfires, and the roasting of marshmallows that came with it, but he did not actually believe that train of thought. He knew something was wrong even before the scream, the bone-chilling scream of pain coming from Adelaide Greengrass, reached him as he reached the hilltop, and his eagle eyes found the 8 Death Eaters, at least half of their number having fallen already, with their wands trained on the people he loved. The closest thing to a family he had. Harry did his best to ignore the fact that Astoria was bound and gagged behind the group, that Andrew's right foot was missing at the ankle and his torso had a massive gash running diagonally from shoulder to hip, and that the others each lying where they had fallen, and any noise that they might be making could not be heard over Adelaide's cruciatus-caused wails. The black-haired teen, instead, fell forwards, his body twisting and changing, and landed on all fours in the form of a bloodthirsty direwolf. Powerful muscles coiled, and it was charging towards the unsuspecting Death Eaters with the intent to kill radiating in its hungry emerald eyes. The screams covered the noise of his approach well, and the dark of night allowed his jet-black fur to provide ample camouflage, and so the first did not know Harry was there until the wolf's jaws were clamped around the back of his neck. The others did not die so quickly. Arthur Guyard looked on with fury, as the Greengrass clan and the 2 girls that had been adopted into the family finished off their evening meal. He detested them simply because of their relationship with the boy that had wronged his family. The look on his niece's face when he had told them what had happened to his brother had broken Arthur's heart. Never before had he seen her cry, almost certainly because of how well his Gerard had raised the girl, but on that day tears had gathered in her eyes as the poor girl forced a smile as she looked at her mother. Alexis had sighed as she met her daughter's eyes, and had reached over to squeeze her daughter's hand in an effort to comfort the girl as Arthur excused himself, not wanting to be there when they started blubbering as was typical of females. Never again would his brother sit down at the head of the table, as Arthur had seen him do so many times before. Never would he exchange words with his child, conveying whatever he needed to say in such short sentences because of how well he could communicate with the girl who revered him so. Never again would he boast, to Arthur, of how he had instilled the teachings of their ancestors, passed down through generations ever since the family migrated to England from their fatherland, into his daughter so that, when the time came, she would be the perfect wife for the man who would be best able to further their family. Arthur sighed, as he thought on the display that Gerard had been planning to arrange upon their finding a new master, to demonstrate to the highest-ranked officers the desirability of Amelia as a bride either for them or for their sons. What better way than through a practical show of how willing she was to pleasure anyone whom she was ordered, even those in her family. The most desirable trait in a housewife was, after all, obedience. As long as they left her a beep in the most technical sense, primarily using her mouth, she would not lose any worth in the eyes of the heads of the older houses. How sad that Amelia would never fulfill that purpose. After his brother had died before producing an heir, Arthur would have to continue the line. As she technically held some rights as the heiress apparent, this would be best done by marrying Amelia to himself, and quickly impregnating his lovely niece. First, though, there was the matter of avenging his brother's death. Arthur was angry that the estranged Potter boy was not here currently, but he had not wanted to risk convincing any of the more able Death Eaters that this was a sanctioned mission, and so it might be best to have one less object of resistance. While those with him were expendable, the goodwill he would gain from the Dark Lord would be more significant without an excessive number of the lower ranks perishing. Being one of the inner circle would, thankfully, provide Arthur with enough leniency that he may even be rewarded. Assuming, that is, he was able to gain favor from his equals. He vaguely remembered Lucius saying his son held an interest in the Greengrass girls, if they were made a gift to Lucius, on the understanding that the less important orifices would be used for the pleasure of the others, then Arthur could secure favor from a significant voice in the pureblood movement. Bellatrix, hopefully, could be convinced so long as the pain that was caused was given to her in the form of a memory that she could enjoy at a time of her choosing. That just meant he would have to order one of the others to pay special attention to the screams of pain that would come soon, and to the creative use of other unpleasant spells that Arthur intended to use. Maybe he could even give her one of the others. While that would not appease her as greatly as she was given the Potter boy himself, she had made no secret about the fact that she held an interest in him. Any new toy to play with would be welcome for the insane woman. Between she and her brother-in-law being on Arthur's side, no doubt the Dark Lord would be happy to include him more in the most intimate of councils. For some reason, he had yet to be invited despite being in the inner circle. Unlike many of his fellows, Arthur lacked the Slytherin subtlety that would be useful in this situation, and that would be what resulted in a large portion of those he had convinced to follow him falling this night to a startled Andrew Greengrass. Arthur pulled himself back to the present, having been lost in thought for a long moment, as the family inside the household rose from the table. As would be the case with many purebloods, he did not even notice the house elves clearing the table. Instead he kept a careful vigil on the group as they approached a living room, with a fire roaring in its place, and sat in the more comfortable environment. At this point, Arthur decided to act. It did not occur to him that it would be intelligent to wait for his would-be victims to be in a more vulnerable state, specifically when they were resting, as it would have done to one of the more capable Death Eaters. With a nod of Arthur's head, the order was given for the man to his right raised his wand, and a voice broke the silence, muffled ever so slightly by the unadorned mask that sat upon his face. Mors Mordra. The low-ranked Death Eater believed that he was following the orders of his lord. Fortunately, he would never find out how wrong he was. Voldemort would not get the chance to torture, or even kill, him because he would not survive the encounter. A jet of green shot into the sky, and Arthur looked on impassively as it grew into the familiar serpent and the skull around which it coiled. No doubt he would be praised for announcing his lord's return in such a majestic fashion. The Grey families would learn that they could not hide behind status this time around, as they had done in the First War. The wards, minimal as they were because the family believed themselves safe, alerted Andrew Greengrass, and Arthur watched the man's head snap up, and stare in their direction out the window. On the eastern side of the house, they were cast in shadows as the sun set on the opposite wall, but some meager light must have found the silver mask of one of his fellows, because the pureblood man was on his feet in an instant, with his wand drawn and pointed at them. Around him, Arthur saw the females give exclamations of shock. Then, they caught on, and joined him as the man vanished the window between he and the attackers, and a jet of light followed. The spell answered Arthur's unasked question, of who had alerted there would be victims, as it impacted the chest of one of his subordinates to the left. The man fell, with a gasp, and Arthur briefly wondered what the pinkish spell had been before the smell of searing flesh reached his nose. Any hope that Greengrass thought the Death Eater alone was snuffed by the fact that he continued to cast. A deep crimson arc of light announced a cutting curse coming into their midst, and the lacerot cut a deep, long gash along the torso of the nearest Death Eater on his left-hand side. The man stumbled back, into one of his fellows, and the two fell to the floor in time to avoid the following curse, one unrecognized by Arthur, that twisted the next man's head 180 degrees, with a sick crack. Then, the Death Eaters recovered from the shock, not a shining commendation of their skill, and began to fire their own attacks in return. "Do not hurt the youngest," Arthur exclaimed. He needed Astoria in one piece, else she would not be eligible for marriage to the Malfoy heir. She needed to at least be able to present an image of esteem. Arthur fell to the floor with an eep, as a deep purple spell rocketed through the space that had just contained his head from the wand of Daphne Greengrass. Based on the wail of pain that came a moment later, it was a good thing that he avoided it. The man behind fell to the floor, writhing in agony. By the time the vengeful man was back on his feet, the tide of the skirmish had begun to change. The same Death Eater who had cast the Mors Mordra, Arthur believed his name to be Isaac, realized that they were outmatched by the group inside. They were blatantly more skilled than their numbers, but that could have been overcome by the sheer number of Death Eaters, if it was not for the fact that they were working far more in unison than was to be expected. Only two were on the offensive, the elder own girl and Andrew Greengrass. The others were defending against those attacks that came from the disorganized group outside. Two of the girls, a brunette and a redhead, were maintaining a high-level shield charm, one that would not be effective if one was also to return fire, as it required immense concentration and, upon falling, would drain the caster's magical energy greatly. The Lady Greengrass, and a girl with multicolored hair, were making sure to transfigure objects and animals to take the spells that may have penetrated the shield, or bypassed it completely in the case of the unforgivables. Astoria, meanwhile, was simply levitating and banishing objects into the paths of spells to hinder the efforts of her attempted kidnappers. The man maybe named Isaac raised his wand with a look of determination, and Arthur watched, as he pushed himself to his feet, as he pointed it at the roof of the house. "Bombarda Maxima," he cried, and the subsequent jet of light exploded against the arch of the roof. The ceiling shook, and rubble fell into the midst of the defending family. Their rhythm was disrupted, for a time, and a dark, angry red cutting curse caught the biggest threat, Andrew, in the chest. The Lord almost certainly gasped, but the sound was lost under the boom of yet another explosive curse hitting the nearest corner to Isaac. That had a greater effect on the house, and chunks of debris became projectiles that found the head of Daphne, the girl having stepped towards the injured Andrew. The other Death Eaters pounced, and Arthur noticed a trio of jets of light, one a sickly green, one of the same nature as the spell that hit their adoptive father, and the other so dark that it was barely visible in the descending night. Each found one of the still standing elder girls, and Astoria screamed as blood sprayed from Trass's face and the girl, and the others, fell without a sound. She was silenced a moment later, as a dark blue ribbon shot from the wand of a Death Eater, enlarging in mid-air and wrapping tightly around the bottom half of her face. The girl clawed at it, and found that no sound escaped. That she then waved her wand did nothing to hurt the followers of Lord Voldemort, as the girl had no hope of using unspoken magic just yet. Ropes followed the gag, and wrapped around the girl, mummifying her. She fell to the ground without a sound. Andrew Greengrass came back to the present with an infuriated yell, at seeing his daughters, and those he thought of as the same, fall to the ground. In retrospect, Arthur Gyert would realize that he should have finished the man off while Andrew was reeling from the long, deep gash running from shoulder to hip, the flesh having been surgically sliced down to the bone. "Reducto!" Andrew yelled, moved his hand in a horizontal V, and the produced blue light caught one of the unfortunate dark wizards in his forehead. His head was expelled in a violent cloud of red mist. The Lord jabbed his wand again, and an arrow flew forth, catching one of the few women in their group in the throat. She fell to the ground with a gurgle, and died. Alert Ascendere was the next spell Andrew used. Had he been in a calmer state, the man may have found the fact that he was replicating one of Gilderoy Lockhart's pathetic spells to be amusing. As it was, one of the Death Eaters was thrown high into the air. Andrew cast thrice more before the man hit the ground, and had spells thrown back in return. Aciditum, he announced. A dark green light splashed against a masked man's chest, and the recipient fell to his knees, screaming as his saliva turned to acid. It burned through his tongue, then his jaw, and then his throat beneath, and the man fell silent. Concuss. This spell was not as effective when wielded by Andrew as it was with Harry. His magic was not so potent, but it dealt enough concussive force to deal a great deal of damage to the victim. It was not, however, quick enough to prevent Isaac from returning fire, even as his fellows sent their own spells and embarrassingly missed by a rather large margin. Imputresco. A brown spell was not affected by the rippling air, and Isaac's wand stayed in the vague direction of Andrew. The Lord tried to move away, as the Death Eater was thrown back with great force even as his bones shattered. The Father Greengrass failed, and the spell connected with his right foot. Andrew! Adelaide cried, as her husband fell to one knee, and she saw his jaw clench. She rose from her knee next to her youngest daughter, where she had been trying and failing to cut away the ropes. They were not ordinary, and it would be the ministry curse breakers, deployed in full force due to the fear of the mark above their house, who managed to remove them. The woman stepped forwards, with her wand raised and a hateful countenance on her face. Avada Kedavra. She was not one for overly creative fighting, and the killing curse flew from her wand in a vicious green jet of light. Arthur was, yet again, taken off guard by the use. In fact, his jaw fell open in unison with his still-standing fellows, who numbered around 15 at this time, as he watched it strike a tall masked member of their group. The man fell back, dead as a doorknob. How could she, a housewife, have the determination to use the killing curse so effectively? Not even all of the Death Eaters could summon the force of will to sever the bonds between body and soul. Stupefy. Her wand cut through the air again, and one of the men fell to the floor in a heap. Expelliarmus. An Eater shot the comparatively harmless spell, and Adelaide's wand was torn from her grip. By.ch. The same man bit. You killed him. Why you killed my, he trailed off. I loved him. Crucio. Adelaide's screams tore through the air, and through the cloud of pain that covered Andrew's senses. He forced himself to his feet, his weight supported by only his left foot, and pointed his wand down. Defindo. He groaned, and the severing charm took his foot clean off. The slightest of sighs revealed that the worst of the pain left with the decaying flesh, and he growled low in his throat. Bombarda. He snarled, and the man casting the spell erupted in a shower of gore as the explosive magic connected with his chest. He turned. Avid. The red light of a stunner slammed into his chest, and Andrew's world went dark. Grab them, Arthur spat at his subordinates as he pulled the mask off his face, and bring them out here. We'll start with the by.ch mother. You can have your fun once she's broken. The new head of the Guyart family was not willing to risk showing that he could not match the now dead homos. Uals Cruciatus. You, he pointed at one random person. Torture her. I have heard good things about your ability with the curse, show me that the rumors were not false. There were no rumors, but the last of the female accompaniers puffed up at the compliment. He assumed she was new as he held so much sway, and strode forwards with determination in her stride. None of the others removed their masks, and would not until they were permitted by the leader of this raid. The woman began to ride within moments, her nerve endings still sensitive from the implementation of the curse less than a minute prior. Arthur watched hungrily, knowing he would go first, and was only vaguely aware of the fact that the others levitated the unconscious members of the Greengrass clan out into the yard. Astoria and her sister would be left untouched, but the group would have their fun with the others once Arthur decided that Adelaide had been tortured enough. Maybe they would wake Andrew, so that he could watch. The sadistic glee they would gain from such a thing would help boost their esteem in the eyes of several Death Eaters, Bellatrix especially, if the memories were gifted to them. Dash opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. The taste of blood was barely noteworthy to Harry, as his instincts took over. The metallic, salty taste was not particularly pleasant, but after so long hunting with barely an interval, the animagus was content with the flavor as it mixed with the marrow of the Death Eater's spine. The man, the nearest of the group whose lives were forfeit, did not have time to scream before he slammed into the ground under the administration of the direwolf's immense weight. Blood ran down the shaggy ebony fur of the wolf's maw, as he rose once again from the crouch into which he had fallen. With a sharp movement, Harry tore the flesh, and a portion of the bone, from the dead man's neck. The screams of Adelaide ceased, as the female Death Eater and her fellows twisted to look at the new arrival. Shadowed eyes, covered by masks, froze under the hateful, malevolent shine in the emerald eyes of the wolf. Everyone was still for a handful of heartbeats, and then the silence was broken. The will of one of the Death Eaters, a new recruit, broke at the sight. The boy screamed. The wolf's legs coiled. Harry lunged, and the boy's wand rose halfway before the wolf slammed into him with a series of cracks to announce that the dark wizard's ribs had broken. Harry did not bother to make sure he was dead, leaving him to whimper and die pitifully as he threw himself at yet another enemy, his teeth bared and stained red for the time being. His paw lashed out, claws gleaming, as a killing curse narrowly missed him. The heavy limb crunched into a mask, and the owner of said mask fell with the caved-in temple hidden by his mask. Harry landed, sank into a low crouch, and growled as his hackles rose. He lunged forwards, and passed by one of the men. A green curse caught the human in the chest, and the man fell back with a shocked look on his face. Harry's trajectory carried him into the legs of another of Voldemort's followers, and the man's knee broke with a click-crack. The man yelped, as he was tossed over the direwolf's back. Harry's heavy paw, claws detracted, punched into the soft flesh of his throat, and crushed the man's windpipe. He died with a panicked mindset, desperately clawing to try to reopen the vital passage. Lacero. The spell trimmed the hairs on Harry's back, which would carry over to his human head of hair, but failed to do any damage beyond superficial. Harry snarled, and relished in the slight fear he found in the just visible eyes of the man as the air around them rippled. He had made a good deal of progress over the past few months, and this situation pushed him further than he had been able in his happy, hunting state. Necessity predicated progress throughout the history of humanity, after all. It would have been embarrassing for the man to whom the girlish scream belonged, had he survived long enough to feel humiliation as the wolf reared back onto his hind legs, and his body changed. It would be some time before Harry decided upon a name for this form, or the similar alternatives provided, but the most fitting label would be of a wolf man. Not a werewolf, of course, but an appearance that would call that mythology to the minds of many a muggle. The screaming man was silenced by two gorilla-sized fists impacting on either side of his skull. The bone, and gray matter beneath, gave way and gore splashed over Harry's snarling muzzle. He gave no reaction, other than for his long, dark-furred fingers to unclench and the claws to shine in the light of the setting sun. As he leapt forward on thick-muscled legs, their lethality was restated as they whistled through the air. The nails met their target, another who had been too slow to recover from the shock of seeing the wolf transform into something close to a man, if the most intimidating man that he had ever laid eyes on. The sharp protrusions tore a chunk of flesh from the Death Eater's throat, and threw him aside. To an observer, it would have looked like a toddler having a tantrum and throwing aside one of its toys. If the toy was able to leave a trail of bloody mist in the air as it fell, and if the toddler was then likely to turn on his others. Arthur Gyert was Harry's next target, and the fear was far more obvious on his uncovered face than on any of his subordinates as Harry's opened jaws closed around his forearm, raised to cover his face. The Death Eater gave an exclamation of pain as the powerful jaws clamped around his arm, cut through flesh, and crunched through bone. The highest-ranking Death Eater present jerked back even as Harry wrenched in the opposite direction and shoved the dark wizard away. Arthur screamed, as his arm was separated at the elbow. Blood spurted from the stump, and his allies were pulled back to the present. Avada Kedavra, one of them cried. The green light was dull, and the man who had sent it knew, even as it struck Harry, that he had lacked the fortitude that was required to sever the soul from the body. The only purpose it served, then, was to pull the wolf man's attention to him. And to end his life prematurely as Harry's heavy paw swung and crunched into the side of his head. The man fell like a sack of bricks, and did not rise again. Saint Stupefy. The last of Arthur's allies was young, and this was proven as his voice cracked as he tried one last attack. For a single moment, hope gleamed in his eyes as his spell lit up the world around him in a red hue. Everyone knew that emotion could supercharge spells, and his almost debilitating fear was enough to knock even this wolf hybrid to the ground, surely. Then, the hope died. His spell missed. The man screamed. Ivory teeth closed around his throat, and the sound was cut off for good. A crack rang through the air, as Arthur let the wards fall, and he apparated with one glance at his fallen comrades and the dismembered forearm that had previously been attached to his body. The world fell still, after that. The silence was only permeated by the low growls emanating from Harry's black fur-covered, corded chest. They soon faded away, and turned to strangled sounds of concern, not a noise that came naturally to this form. He lumbered over to the smallest figure, and established that Astoria was fine. Then, he went to the most obviously injured figure. The man who stank of blood. Andrew would live. He would be crippled, but he would live. Next came the victim of torture. Adelaide twitched and spasmed thanks to the post-cruciatus effects, but that was the only injury they had inflicted on her and the humanity that had begun to creep its way back to the surface of Harry's psyche was relieved. The wind changed, and Harry caught the strong scent of blood coming from Tracy. He moved quickly to her side, and turned her over. In his haste he scratched her arm, but in comparison to the injury that was revealed that was insignificant. He whined at the sight of a long gash running diagonally down her face, and a long tongue wiped the grime off her face. She shivered at the strange sensation, and Harry gave a noise not unlike a sigh of relief. Daphne, too, smelled of blood. He found, however, that it was an injury easily fixed. Unlike the others, she had not been put under the effects of any dark curses and so would be fixed easily by any professional healer. Harry then moved to the two that, in his sluggish animal mind, were the least injured. From what he could see, smell and hear, Jasmine and Caroline were fine. They did not have a mark on them and, so, he could not understand why they did not move. The wolf man nudged Caroline with his nose, and made a confused sound as she gave no sign of waking. He licked her face, and she stayed still. Maybe Jasmine would know what to do. With that in mind, he butted her with his head, and waited for her to wake. She didn't, and the sound of befuddlement came again. A rumbling bark did not bring them out of their ravine, and Harry felt trepidation crawl to the forefront of his mind. He growled, and gained no response. Then, the animagus softly nuzzled into Jasmine's throat, in search of a pulse. He felt nothing, and his whine caught in his throat. He moved to Caroline, with some desperate hope that she would show him how Jasmine was fine and her heartbeat was just soft. Soft, despite the adrenaline-inducing experience she had just been through. Again, he felt nothing. Harry's large hand shoved Caroline, and he growled. She flopped to the side, but gave no sign of life. Nor did Jasmine, when he did the same. He barked. And again. A pleading sound came from his throat, as he reached the inevitable conclusion. The animagus tilted his head to the sky, fell to his knees, and howled. His form shifted, and the howls of a wolf turned to the cries of a man. Crucio! A voice screamed, with a hissing undertone. The volume was overshadowed, however, by the screams that followed. They tore through the air, deafening for the dozen people in the room with torturer and tortured. They did not show the discomfort that came with the assault on their eardrums, though, they did not want to share a similar punishment. Arthur Gyert writhed on the floor, and the pain of his throat tearing from the screams was insignificant. His lord and master's cruciatus curse was worse than any pain he had suffered through before. Worse, he would bet, than the pain anyone had endured. The Dark Lord's torture curse was on a level of its own. Even Bellatrix's well-practiced curse could not stand against it. He screamed and screamed and screamed, and Voldemort's face remained twisted into a furious sneer. His wand point stabbed the air, as his magic burned Arthur's every nerve. Arthur caught a glimpse of Bellatrix leering at him from Voldemort's side, and would have been understandably creeped out had he been capable of coherent thought. Instead of that, the shamed man dragged air into his lungs and then wailed once again as he spasmed on the floor. The pain stopped, and Arthur vomited as Voldemort sneered. And the others, perhaps, because of the pathetic showing. Whether they did was unclear due to the masks adorning each Death Eater's face. It was also unimportant, as Voldemort spoke. Despicable. He flicked his wand, and the vomit dripping down Arthur's front set fire. Arthur screamed. The Dark Lord spoke over the howls of pain and panic. Weak. unworthy of the title of one of my followers. You will die for defying me, your family will burn and your name will fade into dust. Understand this, and you will know that this is not redemption. This is punishment for your stupidity. Nagini. This hisses were nonsense for Arthur, but the meaning was clear as the Dark Lord's familiar slivered out of the shadows. The one-armed man felt its eyes on him, even under the fire, and would have cried was his face not now on fire. Freezing water extinguished the fire and had the plus side of punishing the exposed nerves, contrasting nicely to the burning they had endured moments before. Your idiotic acts have only been prevented from ruining my plans thanks to the competence of Lucius. Was it not for his actions, you would be experiencing much worse before your life ends. Voldemort waved his wand, and the mask on the Malfoy Lord's face vanished. The Platinum B-owned man looked briefly smug before schooling his expression again into apathy. And so Nagini will only devour you after the act. It is not pleasant for her, either, having a person alive as she digests him, and so I will not force her to endure it over such a pitiful whelp as you. Nor are the Dementors in our number yet. Soon they will join us, but I will not keep you alive for long enough to give you to them. And so your death will not be painless, but it will be quick. Arthur saw, through the eye not welded shut, that a smile stretched across his lord's face. First, though, I will let my loyal followers have their fun. Be glad that you are not female, I will not encourage homos.ul acts. Such depravity belongs with the Muggles. Bellatrix. Voldemort looked to the woman next to him, and a grin spread across her face as she raised her crooked wand. Wait, please, Arthur whispered. Please. Please what? Voldemort asked. Please, my lord. Voldemort laughed. A mocking sound. You misunderstand. He slashed his wand through the air, and a dagger of fire cut across Arthur's face. His remaining eye burned, and the world fell dark. I want to hear you beg. They were back at the Greengrass ancestral home. Well, 5 of them were. 2 of them had been buried shortly after being pronounced dead. Tracy couldn't cry anymore over Jasmine and Caroline. They had only now returned from the funeral, and she was dehydrated from the tears she had shed over her lost friends. They all had cried. Daphne's tears had fallen slowly, as if even they were confused that the cold girl was crying. Tracy had wept openly as they were lowered into the ground, struggling to breathe as she was racked with sobs and her teardrops ran down her scar. Adelaide had leant against her husband as her own tears fell in a steady stream, while Andrew tried to remain composed as one arm held his crutch and the other wrapped around his wife. Astoria had buried her face in Harry's shirt, unable to look at the tombstones. All of them had cried except Harry. He had stared blankly at the Karens as they were lowered, and his hands had shaken as he hugged the crying girl. But he had not cried himself. Not a single tear of Harry's had fallen since he found the family under attack. He had not returned with them. Tracy didn't know where he had gone, but she had a good idea. She hoped he killed them all. The head of House Malfoy rubbed his head, as he sat down heavily behind his desk. The conversation with the minister was vital, but frustrating. Even the pathetic man had been forced to confront the evidence of dark wizard activity by the appearance of the dark mark. Lucius had steered him to the Auror's office, and they would soon find the tip sent in by Arthur Gyert's niece pointing the finger at her uncle. Considering the way Andrew Greengrass had fought against the attacking Death Eaters, and he had claimed all of the deaths were caused by him, it was well within the realms of possibility that he would have taken revenge on the man responsible. That would be the reasoning Lucius would present to Fudge upon discovery of Arthur's mangled corpse and, since Andrew held a significant amount of sway in the government and Arthur's detached arm, complete with dark mark, had been matched back to the man, nobody would bother investigating what had happened. The fiasco would increase Fudge's paranoia, and the general public might be more likely to believe Dumbledore on the matter of Lord Voldemort's return, but Lucius was proud to say that he would be able to twist it to their advantage. He had remained loyal to the government through the ordeal, after all, and so Fudge would be all the more trusting of him. Therefore, Fudge would heed his advice and would never trust Dumbledore again. No doubt the old fool would even lose the chocolate frog cards he was so damn proud of upon the government launching a true slander campaign against him. The boy who lived, too, would suffer. Lucius sighed. Not for the first time in the past day, he wondered why his lord and master had given him the specific order to leave the elder Potter boy alone. It would make everything easier, and more fluid, if they could pin it on the child, he was well known to have psychological issues. Lucius could have given a riling speech on how he had killed Arthur Gyert and his family to avenge the deaths of the two girls, and the mutilation of his father figure and Tracy Davis. The boy would not even be taken to Azkaban, he would be taken to the secure ward of St. Mungo's for rehabilitation. Yet the Dark Lord wanted him free. What was his reasoning? The Malfoy Lord did not dare ask. "Sir," a voice asked, and Lucius looked at the black-haired young man in the doorway to his office. "How did it go?" Lucius sneered. "Do not presume to ask me such things, Pusey." The heir to his house looked down, as Lucius glared at him. "And why are you not ready? You are to leave within the hour for the raid, yet you seem wholly unprepared. Do you intend to disappoint our lord?" "No, sir." Alan Pusey shook his head. Do not answer back to me." The platinum-haired man barked. "Do so again at your own peril. If you did not have a mission tonight I would punish you here and now. If I cannot deliver it now, I will give you to Bellatrix. You do not want that, I assure you." Alan nodded, but stayed silent. "Good." Malfoy waved him out of the room, before standing himself and walking over to the bookcase on the office's far wall. He laid a finger on the ornate carving of a snake's head, and its mouth opened to reveal sharp ivory teeth. Lucius cut his hand on them, and let a drop of blood fall onto the space between its eyes. His wand slid outside the snake's head, and Lucius took it into his hand and left the room with a swish of his cloak to descend to the floor below where he was to brief his inferiors. "None of you will die tonight," he told them, eyeing each in turn as they pulled on black cloaks with heavy hoods. "This mission is not a fair representation of those you will have in the future, because the war has yet to begin. The threat Muggles present is nothing compared to even the lowliest of wizards. Even the mudbloods have wands. Muggles do not, and so you will encounter no difficulty in this mission so long as you exercise caution. Eventually the credit for this night will be bestowed upon you, but for now we must not be blatant in our activities. The wizarding public do not understand the need for our cause, so we have to use means that will inspire fear in the Muggles but not our own. That is why you have been ordered to use explosive spells instead of the killing curse once you have had your fun. They will blame each other, and it will not attract the attention of our media." Lucius finished. "Are there any questions?" No answer came, and so Lucius nodded. "Good. In that case what the—" Something warm splashed on the back of Lucius' neck, and he reached up and touched it before bringing his fingers to his eye level to identify the liquid. His fingers were stained red, and it only took him a moment to realize what it was. Blood. He blinked, and turned on the spot. Lucius' eyes widened at the sight that greeted him. Pusey's body ended at his shoulder, while what had once been his head was now splattered across the walls of the room, and those who were stood nearest to the young man. Malfoy's mind did not arrive at the inevitable conclusion in time to warn the next Death Eater, and he watched as a jet of blue light struck him in the neck and drilled through, opening a hole out of which blood poured even as the man fell to the floor. His spine was missing several vertebrae, and his death was quick. The next spell followed the second's path, and found no resistance until it struck the wall. There, it exploded and chaos ensued. Lucius Malfoy's breath was labored as he ran in an awkward, limping gait. The screams of his fellows, and the staff that worked on his estate, reached his ears. He paid them no heed other than to run faster. Smoke billowed into the sky, and Lucius felt fear grip his heart as the screams were hidden by an earth-shaking roar. The roar of the animal that attacked his family home. No, not an animal. Of the wizard that attacked his home. That had been clear by the curses they'd been bombarded with. And even more by the figure silhouetted by their return fire, illuminated for a moment before it transformed. Thank Merlin, Lucius had sent his son, and pregnant wife, to safety. His family had to continue and, truth be told, he did not expect to escape. His dark cutting curse had connected, but the person had not even flinched. It just kept coming, with blood matting its fur. 100 meters until the apparition point. He had covered his grounds in the wards in preparation for war. Who could have predicted they would trap him with his attackers instead of preventing the attackers getting close? Had his house not collapsed, Lucius would have made it to the inside escape route protected by a password only he and his lord knew. But that was not an option, he would have died had he stayed, and so he left his subordinates as a distraction and fled. Unworthy behavior of a Malfoy, but Lucius was smart enough to know when to cut his losses. His family home was not as important as his life. The lesser people were not worth even his fingernails. Lucius cried out as his leg gave under his weight, the deep gouge having taken a large chunk of muscle and flesh from him. He threw his arms out but not in time, his chin bounced off a stone, and blood burst as it won the fight with his face. He ignored the pain, and stood while supporting his weight with his left leg. He tested his right, and winced as he fought through the pain and moved forwards unsteadily. The limp was far more pronounced now. Lucius dragged his bum leg along behind him with tears gathering in his eyes. He fumbled for his wand and held the two halves together as he pointed the tip to his pain-riddled thigh. With no small amount of focus, Lucius cast a healing charm. The result was a burning flash of white light. It rebounded on him, and the wizard was lifted off his feet and thrown to the floor. Fortunately, the spell did what it was supposed to, and the flesh was cauterized. The bleeding stopped, and scar tissue filled in the hole as the effect was complete. The roar sounded again as Lucius shoved himself to his feet. Some part of him noticed that screams had stopped, but it was not important to the elder Malfoy as he soldiered on. 60 meters now. Lucius could see the tree marking his property's end, and craved the safety it represented. 40 meters. The pain faded to a dull afterthought. The bee-owned man could almost feel his wife's embrace. Then, Lucius would find the bastard who did this. His master would help, and they would burn the Cur. A mudblood lover, he was sure. Not a mudblood himself, else he would not have this level of power. 30 meters. He dared to hope. 20 meters. Malfoy prepared to apparate. 10 meters. Malfoy cried out, as something hit him in the back of the head. He went down, and got his hand out in time to catch himself. It, however, snapped with a sick sound as his weight landed on it awkwardly. Another cry of pain burst from his lips as he cradled the limb. Even as he sat up, a shiver ran down the government official's spine. His gray eyes searched the darkness, and widened upon finding the projectile. He gasped, and with his left wrist and legs pushed away from the empty eyes of one of the Death Eater's disembodied head. "What the?" Lucius breathed. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" he demanded. His voice cracked as the words pierced the silent air. No answer came for a handful of seconds. And, then, a rumbling growl froze Lucius to his core. Because it originated from the point an inch behind him. Lucius Malfoy's world went dark in a flash of pain from the base of his skull. Harry Potter wiped the blood from his chin as he walked towards the Malfoy Manor with Lucius' corpse floating in the sky behind him. The teenager wore a pair of summoned cargos because his change had been sudden, and the cool breeze helped his mood to cool. He arrived at the rubble of Malfoy Manor, and waved his hand. Malfoy floated to the destroyed house, sans his marked arm that stayed in the air behind his killer, and Harry dropped him to the floor. The corpses of Death Eaters did not, in his mind, deserve respect. The other dead people joined him, each missing a limb, and Harry moved on to those who were unconscious. Injured, in many cases, but alive. And that was the important fact. "Obliviate," he said 15 times. Beneath their lids, each person's eyes almost certainly glazed over. Harry did not know whether he took too much memory of theirs. Nor did he care. Had any of them fought for their employer, Harry may well have used lethal force. They didn't care about the Malfoy family, though, so the teen let them be. Ropes bound them, and Harry checked they were too far away to be burned before raising his hand. "Fiendfire," he intoned, with the instruction to burn the remains of the building and then stop. The fire obeyed, and leapt from his palm in a flaring spark. The fire was soon to follow, as it came alive with the intention to burn. Harry watched the ember grow rapidly, forming the image of a four-legged beast before growing into the wildfire of the dark curse. Wild because he had restrained its sentience. Harry tilted his head to the side, as the smell of burning flesh filled the air. He brought a hand to his mouth, and a bubble formed over the lower half of his face. The smell fell away as he judged the control he held. The fire tested the edges of the building, and some part of it strained against his mind. Harry pushed back, and the fire fell in line as he turned his gaze onto the still living people here with him. With a sigh, Harry conjured a length of rope. Portus. The rope glowed blue, before rising into the air and snaking around them. Harry checked all were included, nodded to himself, and spoke again. "Activate." They seemed to spin before vanishing, and Harry looked at the burning house again and the fire that clawed for release. Harry shrugged to himself, and turned away while releasing the limited control he had. The fire raged as the sole living soul within a mile walked towards the edge of the wards as his wand flew from the darkness into his hand. He had left it there for retrieval once he was done, and now he was. He turned the point on himself, and began to clean the gore from skin and hair. Harry Potter was done by the time he could apparate, and turned on the spot with a final look back at the torrent of orange and black. It was fortunate the house elves had held no personal loyalty to the House of Malfoy. Upon both the head of house dying and the house itself falling, every one of them had vanished with a pop. He assumed. The Potter-Peverell team turned on the spot, and left the Death Eater's land to burn. When Harry's feet touched the ground again, the world was truly dark. No longer alight with the cursed fire fed by the Malfoy Manor kindling. Harry sat down on the cool grass and frowned, blinking twice as his eyes fell on the gravestones in front of him. Crossing his legs, Harry laid each hand on his corresponding knee and waited for something to happen. Surely there had to be something more than this. More than being numb after two of the people he cared about, and that list was short, died. Died because of the whims of a madman, and the disgusting weak-minded bastards who took his word as gospel. That wasn't quite true. Harry felt something, and that something had led to him killing dozens of people tonight. For the sake of avenging their memory, for the sake of what? Of making himself feel better. This wasn't going to bring either girl back from the dead. Yet he would not stop. Wouldn't stop until each and every one of them was dead. So there must be a reason to do it. One better than a selfish need to slaughter Death Eaters. To protect the people still here. That would be the decent answer. To prevent others from dying. From going through what he was going through. That would be the answer a good person would give, Harry supposed. Perhaps it was even a factor, for him to protect the people he cared about. But others, no, he didn't care about them. If he did, it would not require this for Harry to get involved. He would save the world on principle, not just when the circumstances presented themselves or as an effect of his actual motivation. And Harry was back to the initial thought. Was it just revenge? Was there any way this could help Jasmine and Caroline? If there was, what was it? He sighed, and rubbed his right eye to alleviate an itch. It came back wet, and a small smile appeared on Harry's face. That was a good sign. Harry hissed his annoyance as he left bloody thumbprints on the slightly crumpled parchment. Dropping the paper back onto his desk, Harry wiped his hands clean on the torn, ruined trousers he wore. The teenaged wizard then picked the letter addressed to himself, and began to read with calm eyes. The script was very neat. Flowing. Harry, I am sorry that I haven't sent this letter before now. We received the news of what happened only days after. But the notion of trying to express my sympathy, as well as that of my family, was not a task that I was willing to take lightly. Finally, I have realized that it is silly to try to express such a thing in written form. Just know that I cried for them, and that I hope you are unhurt. Please do not do anything reckless. While I cannot say that I understand what you are going through, they would not want you to put yourself in danger out of a need for revenge. Even a Triwizard champion would not make it out of a confrontation with such dark wizards uninjured. And I please take care of yourself, and tell the others that I wish them a speedy, full recovery. See you soon. L. Fleur. Below, there was another note written in an attempted imitation of Fleur's script, though Gabrielle had a ways to go before it was quite so fancy. And Harry got the feeling that hers had been written using some method of translation spell, likely either in the ink or the quill Gabrielle had written the lengthy paragraph with. The length suggested she didn't quite understand the concept at her tender age. Hello Harry. I hope you are well, I miss you very much and hope you are having a good summer. We've been traveling to celebrate Fleur's being one of the selected champions, and have had a lot of fun. We went to Canada to see some of our cousins, and then went down into America to visit some of the sites of the magical dispute. Did you know that they still use rituals instead of wand magic? It's very long, but they put on a display for Papa that included fireworks. It was very pretty. They gave me a talisman too that wards off evil intentions, but I don't think it works very well except to scare our cat, Monsieur Pipsqueak. You have to come and meet him soon, I think that he will really like you. One of his eyes is green, too. Will you come and visit us at Christmas? I hope you will. I can show you around our estate, and we can go for a picnic, and I can show you the drawings I've done of you, and you can see Fleur's room too if there's time. Mama says I have to go to bed now. I hope to see you soon. Love, Gabrielle. It took Harry a few attempts to absorb all of the words on the page, and that was what warned him of his tiredness. Smiling softly at the little girl's enthusiasm, he began to clean the blood and grime from his skin. After, he would try to get some sleep. It had been elusive recently, but the magical world had not given him much in the way of a solution to his exhaustion. The only thing that worked so far was the adrenaline that coursed through his veins in the process of a hunt. Thomas, Hermione Granger exclaimed, slamming open the door of their shared compartment in her haste. Come quick, Wuzza, the boy who lived asked, blearily, as his eyes opened and he fell off his seat. Ron, shockingly, continued to snore undisturbed by the commotion. Your brother, you have to help. She summarized. Thomas stayed on the floor, blinking, as he processed the information he'd been given. Then, he hurriedly rose to his feet and followed the stressed girl away from their claimed seats and towards the commotion occurring in the halls. As Harry sat opposite her, Tracy gained a look of concern. The young man could guess why. The dark bags under his bloodshot eyes presented an unhealthy image and had gained him a handful of curious looks as he walked through the station to platform 9 3/4 both in the mundane area and that of the wizarding population. Fortunately, none of them had been willing to risk the wrath of the limping, muscular teenager with sharp teeth and ragged clothes. Sharp teeth. Harry was curious about that slight change, but it was far from the most concerning aspect of him at the moment. Insomnia took precedence over elongated cuspids. Especially when it was leading to something else. His reassuring smile must have come out as a pained grimace, based on the fact that Tracis' worry only seemed to grow. So did Daphne's, though hers was only a morbid look in the eye. Even if it had been the expression he had intended, it would have fallen away as Tracy tried to hide a flash of pain. She stiffened, and Harry's hand twitched before his friend succeeded in dismissing her own problem in favor of his. Warm brown eyes bored into cold green, as the train chugged to life. Harry leant back against the headrest, as he battled weariness. He would have to start making some dreamless sleep potion when he got to Hogwarts. Stunning himself was a poor substitute to slumber, and the risk of addiction and through it withdrawal was overshadowed by the notion of dreaming again. Harry fingered the shrunken trunk in his pocket, but it was a bad idea. Even a pepper-up potion would be greeted with disapproval. If they found out what he was injecting himself with, well, there was a reason Harry couldn't use it as a long-term solution. In another section of the trunk, there was a collection of belongings that were not Harry's. He only had a vague idea of what he would do with them, but the space wasn't needed for anything else. And the now-deceased Death Eaters certainly did not have any use for them. Of course, their families might appreciate the knick-knacks, but why would Harry care about that? He would not go out of his way to kill them, but stealing insignificant items from the families of people he hated certainly wasn't the cause of his losing sleep. How many of them had he killed now? Harry had lost count. Some of the gatherings were large and the effort of sorting the body parts to check which arm belonged with which head and whether those 3 bloody pieces slotted together to form a single leg just seemed bothersome. Tedious. As Harry was thinking of the elder, and the charred remains he had left in the ruins of his manor, the younger Malfoy's muffled voice reached his ears from outside the compartment. Put your King wand away, Greengrass. Harry's eyes snapped open. When had they closed? And they found Daphne. She was sat there, staring at the doorway with a frown with her hand going to draw her wand. It definitely wasn't her that Draco was talking to. Andrew and Adelaide weren't on the train, either. There could be one amongst the first years with that name, but what chance was there of one being fool enough to draw a wand on a 5th year? Astoria probably didn't put her wand away, but it wasn't important whether or not she did as the door burst open and revealed the surprised face of the Platinum Bee. Oh boy. Harry's wand was pointed at said face, with red sparks spitting into the air between them, as the older boy sat at attention. Potter! Malfoy screamed. Harry's eyebrow raised in response to the furious pitch. Draco had sounded rather calm from the sentence Harry had heard. It was almost impressive that he had gained such control in the months since term ended. Less so that it had failed him upon seeing Harry face to face, but that mistake was understandable. Next to Draco, his henchmen fumed. Both Crabbe and Goyle were baring their teeth with furious growls and hate in their eyes, and Harry's mind went back to the events of his summer as he identified whose death had angered them so. He had long suspected that the two were the product of some rather serious inbreeding between magical families. Likely they were second cousins at least, if Harry was correct in that the two were descended from the same mountainous tribe. Maybe one of the women had rutted with a troll, whether intentionally or through force, and the genes were dominant in the two. But maybe the two couples with unnaturally strong resemblances had been the reason. If there was a history of inbreeding in the family, relations between a brother and sister would result in, well, in something very similar to Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. The four troll-like adults hadn't been skilled. Not in any way, shape or form. Harry, in his wolven form, had not been slowed for a second by their bulk as he barreled through and his claws lashed out. They had fallen to the floor with heavy, wet thuds as their insides dropped first. Then, Harry had carried on through to the bigger game he was hunting, those who Riddle may actually miss. Harry hadn't been sure before now that Crabbe and Goyle were intelligent enough to feel anything for a significant period of time. He had assumed that their attention spans were lower than he could comprehend, but maybe they could focus on things that made them angry as well as the eternal hunger they seemed to be cursed with. Yes? Harry asked, in response to Draco's infuriated scream. Malfoy's weight twitched from one leg to the other, and his hand plunged into the pocket of his robes as Crabbe and Goyle's self-control snapped. The two charged forwards, shouldering past their leader, and slammed their bulk into the taller teen. Harry's wand did not move to the two as they approached. Harry fell backwards, and stumbled too quickly into the opposite wall of the cabin. His head connected with the glass, and punched a hole with the sound of shattering. Harry ignored the feeling of a gash opening in the back of his scalp, and the subsequent blood dripping down his neck, as he pushed himself forwards again and twirled the wand that was in his grip and that had been moved from his cursor. Crucio! Draco shrieked in a voice full of fury, with the tip of his wand trained on Harry's chest. Harry fell to a knee at the sensation. Fueled by hate, as it was, Draco's spell stung. And Harry's balance was hindered by a head wound. Stupidly, the Bee-owned and his henchmen had stepped into the compartment to assault their target. Daphne already had her wand in hand, and Tracy was quick on the draw. That was why the spell's effects lasted but a second before Crabbe, the closest to Daphne, fell to the floor shrieking and clawing at his gums as his teeth stabbed upwards. Draco was hit with a disarming curse as Goyle fell to the ground unconscious. Harry guessed Tracy had been the perpetrator of both these spells, as she did not have a stomach for violence, but that made little difference to the remaining Malfoy male, as Harry's wand flicked upwards and Draco was flung into the corridor. Someone made a noise of pain as the Bee-owned hit them and carried on, but the sound was overshadowed by the crash of his body slamming into the opposite carriage's door and passing through. Before the gathered crowd could react, Harry was through the open door and passing through their midst. He shouldered one boy out of the way. Later, Harry would be unable to say even which house the younger male had been in, but the boy was sent sprawling to the floor with the wind knocked out of him. Draco was coughing blood as Harry entered the compartment, and an angry gasp was all that the blonde got out before Harry had him by the professionally maintained hair, and responded with a growl of his own. The emerald-eyed teenager lifted the boy without ceremony and Draco gave a noise of panic as he watched the wall rapidly near his gaze. With a crunch, Harry broke Malfoy's nose and released the now messy hair. The boy crumpled and fell to the floor as blood poured down his chin. Harry assumed that there had been a moment of unconsciousness, as Draco's hands snapped up to his face only after lying, immobile, on the carpet for several heartbeats. Harry watched the postured boy's hands shake as they came back bloody, and Draco paled at the image. Most wizards rarely saw blood. Accio Draco Malfoy's wand, Harry said, waving his own in the upper half of a circle. He caught the stick easily in his left hand, and held it in a tight grip as he raised it to show Draco. "See this?" the Peverell Potter asked. Draco's eyes moved to the item in question. Harry pressed his thumb against the top, and pushed. The wand broke. "No!" the owner of the two halves yelled, with shock in his eyes at losing his prized possession. Idly, the breaker wondered how he would acquire a new one. Lucius being a governor would have gotten him out of school to visit Ollivanders, but now that influence was gone. Harry tossed it at the defeated teen. "You're just a kid, Draco. Make better choices than your father did, or you'll end up going to your grave in the same way." He turned and walked out of the compartment, as Draco stared at the broken wood in his hands. As he stepped out into the hallway again, Harry noted that there were more people in attendance, some in the corridor staring at him, others sticking their heads out of the relative safety of their compartments to see what the commotion was about. He ignored them and their shocked expressions, though, as Draco let out a wordless yell. Harry turned on the spot, and extended his hand in the shape of a claw. A claw that Malfoy's throat collided with, as the teen leapt at him with the intention to attack from behind. The hanging bee, Owen choked and gasped as Harry held him aloft. Cold green eyes bored, unblinkingly, into fearful gray as Malfoy's pale face reddened. Blood dripped onto Harry's hand from the broken nose of Draco. Draco slapped at Harry's wrist as the grip tightened. And nobody did anything to help as his face turned purple. Nor as the slapping stopped, and Draco went limp. Harry felt his pulse weaken, and then had his attention pulled away. "Harry!" A familiar, and unwelcome, voice yelled. Thomas Potter's breathing was heavy, though not so much as the bushy-haired girl next to him, and the younger boy had a look of worry in his mouth as he looked at his limp nemesis. "Harry, let him go." It was tempting to hold Draco by the throat for a while longer. It would save him a job later, when the daddy's boy followed Lucius' path. That, and Harry felt the urge to kill the little bastard. Draco was already on the path towards hurting the people he cared about. Why not kill him here, today? Because there were dozens of people watching him. With a grunt, Harry let the boy fall to the floor, and walked away from the unconscious boy. As he stepped over the prone figure, Harry noticed that Hermione Granger was hurrying through the crowd, no doubt to heal Draco as best as she could. Slipping back into his own compartment where he retook his seat across from Tracy and Daphne, with Astoria seated next to him. They were staring at him. They must have realized what had been going through his head. Hopefully, the other students had not. "Harry Potter!" A voice, grating at this pitch, screamed through the door as the bushy-haired girl pounded on the door. "Open this door right now," she ordered. Harry ignored her. "I am a prefect. I demand that you open this door immediately," she continued, yelling furiously. Daphne began to rise, with a scowl marring her beautiful face and her wand in hand. "Don't," Harry asked of her, standing himself, instead. "No need for you to get a telling off, too." "A telling off? You were acting in self-defense. He used an unforgivable on you," Daphne said, with no small amount of confusion in her tone. "Open this door." The occupants of the cabin ignored the girl's fury. "But Ms. Granger doesn't know that. Malfoy's smart enough to know that if he goes to a teacher it'll end up with him expelled, and most likely in Azkaban, and so will give some half-baked lie when Snape asks him what happened. Though, he nodded at the angry face of the Gryffindor fifth-year prefect. "We'll go straight to McGonagall. She'll try to assign me detentions. I'll ignore them. She'll take points off me, and I won't care. So, she'll go see the headmaster and Dumbledore will have a meeting with me. I demand that you open this door. Right now, where he'll also try to understand what's going on with you. And see if you can still be saved and turn to his way of thinking." Daphne added. "You're only making things worse for yourself." Harry blinked. "Yeah, I guess he will." That should have been something he thought of himself, but his mind was slow at the moment. With a shrug of his shoulders, Harry moved over to the door, and slid it open. He easily pasted a snarl on his face, and leant forwards to bring himself level with the girl. His green eyes shone the color of the killing curse, and Harry spoke in a low tone, full of hate. "Leave." She did. Quickly. Harry stepped off the train dressed and ready for the feast and school year, having dressed in the latter half of the trip along with most of the other students. The air was crisp and he took a lungful in, ignoring the babble of children about him as his sharp eyes roamed the crowd. The crowd was the same size as always. The Beauxbaton students would be joining them after the sorting was finished, since their journey was longer. His hand trembled, as Harry raised it to move the shaggy hair out of his eyes. He glared at the offending limb, and pushed the strands away before looking towards the carriages. He found Tracy waving at him from one, calling him over, and cracked his neck while moving through the crowd towards her. The Thestrals looked skinnier than Harry remembered, as he observed the still equestrians waiting to be told to move. How strange that Hagrid would let them go without sufficient nourishment. Come to think of it, the half-giant was missing. It was a female voice calling the first years. Had he eloped with Madame Maxime? Because there was very little chance of Dumbledore dismissing the gamekeeper, and Hagrid himself seemed to enjoy the job he was in charge of. Curious. Harry entered the carriage behind Tracy, and took a seat between Astoria and the wall of the carriage against which he leant. He had failed to get any sleep on the journey, expected, but far from welcome. And it was not helped by the fact that he was only comfortable looking so weak in front of a very select group of people, at least, when he was this weak. If he was strong, appearing weak would only lead to idiots attacking him without the necessary strength, but in this state fighting school children would be a very bad idea. The only way he would win would to take the fight seriously. And that would cost his opponent their life. The carriage began to move with a jolt, and Harry sighed as his head fell back at the movement. His gaze fell onto the ceiling, and he found it was charmed to be see-through. Strange, that wasn't normally one of the spells cast on the carriages. Why would they? Overhead, Harry watched the Beauxbatons' massive blue carriage, pulled by the Abraxy Pegasi, fly around the castle. The black-haired teen was mildly confused. How early had they left, to arrive at the same time as the Hogwarts Express? Unless the carriage was faster than he thought. But surely the horses could not maintain such high speeds for any serious distance, or maybe he was wrong. It was a magical means of transportation, after all, and they rarely obeyed logic. This display was probably a good way to remind the students that the other school's castle would not be repaired until the next year at least, and that their population would be as large as last year. There should not be much ill will demonstrated, though. Anyone xenophobic would have grown used to the presence of foreigners during the tournament. Unless there was a spectacularly hateful new addition to the school, that was. But who ever heard of an 11-year-old with such feelings? Children learned such behavior, but at that age they only emulated their parents. And, as far as Harry knew, Professor Grubby Plank was not a racist. Harry frowned. It felt like he was missing something. Something he would have caught, had his mind not been so sluggish. But what, to be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.